Beautiful jibe by Wickwire's team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, now sitting on the air, this is going to really start to affect Hood. So, particularly in the lighter air, the dirty air coming down from Wickwire's spinnaker onto Hood's sails is really going to start to affect him. And Wickwire has done an excellent job coming around with lots of speed and able to throw a maneuver, whereas it looked like Hood had to try and extend, build some speed, and then throw in that jibe.
Those horns you can hear in the background of the pre-start just in front of us. 5 matches in play. We're watching the first one. Hood needs this point. And just to let you know, the boats that are entering the pre-start now, Berntsen and Mannen, both need this win to move on, particularly Berntsen. So we'll keep you updated on how that's going. In the background there, the pre-start off the Belmont Pier here in Long Beach, California.
Going down, yeah. I have nothing.
It looks like a complete glass out at the top here. I mean, it would be incredibly difficult to try and keep a spinnaker inflated this whole time. If you lose it, it would just be so hard to get it back up again. I mean, these boats are heavy, so keeping the power on all the time is really critical.
And I think Wickwire's done a really fabulous job of making this as hard as possible for Dave Hood and his team. You've definitely seen some concerns with that Port of Long Beach kite coming on Dave Hood's boat.
So just to give you guys an idea, welcome around the world on YouTube and Facebook. We apologize for the audio issues early on. I believe they are working now. This is day number 4 of the 60th anniversary edition of the Congressional Cup. 2 flights left to wrap up the round-robin qualifying. Only the top 4 will move on. One of them to the left, and the black spinnaker is Dave Hood. He needs this win. There's a tie for 3rd and a tie for 5th. So we're going to be watching all of the matches. This is our feature match between he and Peter Wickwire from Canada, who right now looks to be overtaking for the lead.
And this is so important for those of you at home that have missed out on us. Dave has to win this match. He needs to control his destiny. He needs a win here. This light air is so difficult for them. Zach, tell us a little bit about the heavy boats in the light air.
Yeah, these boats, I mean, 37 foot long, so there's a lot of weight in them. And plus, we've got about 525 kilos worth of body mass or crew weight on board. So you add that in with the sails and all that what's going on, plus the lunches on board. These boats are heavy. So what's really important is that, particularly with this kind of glass out we've had at the top mark here, is if you can keep the spinnaker engaged for as long as possible, because these boats just want to stop, and all you're doing is not letting them.
Speaking of that, I am amazed at how well Dave Hood's been able to stay in that position as both teams duck below the match in front of them that's going upwind. Nicole Brault leading. You're going to get a chance to see who she's leading here. Bjorn Hansen. Brault mathematically will not make the top 4, and Hansen will need that match as he looks to hang on. Meanwhile, we're on board with Dave Hood, Long Beach Yacht Club.
So it looks like Wickwire's managed to get this roll in, which is excellent for him and his team, coming especially for being maybe 3-4 boat lengths behind at that top mark. So very quick roll, well done from Wickwire. But his now aim is to try and stick a jibe in around Hood's bow. The hard thing is that the angles going downwind are very steep, so it's really important to try and get nice and far in front so you can stick that jibe in, because it's going to be very difficult.
Absolutely. Normally with symmetrical spinnakers with a little bit of breeze going, you can think about a pretty narrow jibe angle, but in this kind of condition, you're jibing through, what do you think, 120 degrees maybe?
At least. I mean, we see Hood just trying to jibe here, so you can really see the comparison between the jibe angles.
Look at the forestay.
I mean, really, these are kind of asymmetric kites when you think about it, when we're in these kind of light conditions. So where we'd usually have like the front of the spinnaker attached to the front of the boat, where you sail very hot angles, get your apparent wind working. This is what we're using our symmetrical kites like right now.
A split. Wickwire lets Hood go, gets his air clear from behind. He's going to come in on a hot angle to the leeward gate. And to my eye, it's going to be Wickwire jibing in a little bit better breeze, better pressure on the water. Hood's definitely going to have to jibe at least one more time. In this, the biggest split we've seen in the match.
It looks like there's some really nice pressure behind Wickwire right now, but it's not going to be very long-lived. So, I mean, there's also we've got Hood splitting, going through a bit of a dead zone to try and hook into some new pressure. So we have 2 pressures coming down either side of the course, nothing in the middle. And the question is, whose pressure will last the longest and who can hook into it the best?
and Marilyn, our local weather expert, looking at
Yeah,
Dave Hood's
so
spinnaker and his speed, it looks to me like he still has breeze that might not be touching the surface of the water. He's still moving.
Yeah, absolutely. He's outperforming what I would have predicted just from what we can see on the water out here in Long Beach. But he's definitely headed towards some of the next pressure in the middle of the course. So it could be very positive for him because Wickwire still needs to go through that apparent hole.
Can you take that?
And Zach, their angle is pointing closer to the leeward marks than they were on the other jibe. So in phase, you could say, with the wind.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the start boat for the previous, well, the match is going on right now. We've seen a shift to the green
Pressure's
mark.
all over here,
So
Steve.
that means that we've had a bit of a right shift down at the bottom here. So I mean, these
tape one
boats are
down?
definitely on the ideal jibe going downwind, but I mean, they've still got a long way to go. They're probably no more than 50% down this downwind. So they've got at least one more jibe, maybe two, down to the gate mark.
Thank you.
On board with Hood. They're looking to get his nose into some fresher breeze, relatively speaking. And it looks like he is. Looks like a bit of a
That's
header
too
as
low,
well
right?
with velocity.
You're still pulling? Just don't want to
There
sail
are
out.
big holes across this race course as we look upwind. There's barely sailable conditions and so much on the line. There's
Wondering if we go
the
back
leeward gate
before he gets this
in
big
the
steady
top
slope.
left of your screen, just off the pier. Teams can choose which of those two marks they want to go around.
Which rounding would you prefer?
And you can hear
Right
Wickwire
next
asking that now. Let's listen.
to- Yeah, I think we're closer to the gates than him, guys.
No higher than this. Yeah, it's just going to be headed, so we're going to lift as we come back to intersections. The only thing, Mainsy.
See Wickwire just going through that hole that Hood that just sailed through. Looks like Hood's hooked into that new pressure, at least the pressure that we can see on the water. So sometimes the wind kind of hits the water and it's really visual for us to see. Sometimes it's
No,
just
I'm actually
below
doing
that
left
water
turn.
line. It's very difficult to see. Light, fickle stuff right now. It's really just kind of playing in the luck of the wind gods a bit.
Well, you can hear both teams talking about a bit of a righty here on the water, and that's really
just going
forcing
forward.
Hood here, the black spinnaker, to sail extra distance because he's going to be
Charlie
on the
Green.
wrong jibe
I think.
when he turns. Meanwhile, Wickwire's actually gained because he's been able to point his bow closer to the next mark, and he knows it.
And he has a little bit less time remaining on the starboard jibe, which would be the unfavored jibe right now. So a little bit interesting to see what happens when they come together.
3,
Here we go. Hood
2,
has jibe. Wickwire's looking at him. All important collision course here. Who's going to be
I'm
ahead?
almost my jibe angle to the mark, Trav. Okay. Where
Looks
do you
like
want me to
Wickwire's
jibe? Right on his
slightly
bow?
in front. But, I mean, it would be interesting to see. If I was Wickwire right
gonna
now,
go-
I'd probably do an earlier
go
jibe
before
just so
his
that
line a
I can
little
try
bit.
and
Ready?
flick some dirty air back
Just wait.
at Hood.
Don't
And
tell me.
try not to sail past his line, because if you sail past his line, then you have the potential to be in
I'm
Hood's
turning
dirty air. So it's a
faster.
game of whose dirty
And
air
above
can you
the
be in.
mark. Above the mark, Dan.
I think from the screen here we
Sheet
can see
in.
that he might be taking your advice on board.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me, Wickwire.
All right. Yep. Pull off. We're in the zone. We are in the zone.
Wickwire back in the lead. He's returned the favor.
We can hear from the boat there, just at the bottom of your screen. They are signaling
Jib up.
a change
Come on,
of
James,
course.
jib up.
We can't quite see
Get
from
that
our
jib
commentary box.
around.
We've seen a lot of
Jib around,
matches
Dan.
switch to the green
Jib
mark,
around,
so I wouldn't be
Steve.
surprised if that's the case.
Jib
Yeah,
around,
absolutely.
Steve.
Looking at the boats up the course
you go
behind
down.
this pair, we do see that there is a little bit of a shift to the right taking place.
Now go jib up, go jib up.
You know, you wonder if
Salute.
Hood's going to follow his competitor Wickwire around or turn to split to the other side. Looks to me like he's turning. And we'll take the right. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of pressure
Nice and tight.
on the right side in a few minutes as he heads that
Thank
way.
you.
Wickwire
I'm
will
coming
split
down,
to the
I'm coming
left.
down, Coming down.
Jib Halley is way too tight.
Coming
Looks
down.
like this right-hand side gate, or the right gate you can see on your screen, is probably a little bit closer towards the green top mark, the new top mark that we're seeing here. But I mean, Hood knows what happened in these light stuff here. It's really important not to be in the dirty air. So I think it's a bit of a default move there to split with this component.
Especially when we look at that rounding, we'd say
Bow's
that
coming up
there's
too.
less than 2 boat lengths between the two boats. A split can make a lot of sense in that scenario.
Copy.
I just wonder if Wickwire is heading towards lighter breeze in front of him.
Below them.
Well, he's certainly heading towards the rest of the fleet. That's
Yeah,
going to play
and
with
wind
him for
shadows,
sure.
yeah. Good call.
Green mark. Copy that, Steve.
Let's just get to this puff.
Happy with Jeff Elliott, Ted?
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised the split's going on this long, right? Both most must be seeing something they like, but in this light,
This one
fluky
here, right?
stuff, it's really dangerous to get this far apart.
Well, particularly if you have a narrow lead, I think I would attack and just stay with Hood. All things being equal, you're close. Here, it's either going to go really good or potentially really bad, depending on what happens with the breeze as Wickwire sails below some wind shadows from the downwind spinnakers. Looks like possibly some better
Just
breeze
want to pick the right time here.
on his bow as Hood looks for
Green mark.
somewhere to tack
Green mark, maybe.
on his side from the right. In the background there, you can see just above the Canadian flag. I often find it fascinating just how much is going on in light air racing that you just can't see when you watch it from afar. But hearing the tension on board and all the conversation and what's going on, what it takes
We've
to
got way more pressure than him the whole way here.
move these boats. That was a voice from actually off on the other boat. This is Wickwire, but that
Look
was
at Yanni, which is where he's going. Yeah, I agree.
Chris Steele on Hood's
Do we want
boat.
to come back? Yeah, green.
It kind of looks like Wickwire's in a little bit more pressure, but a little bit knocked, which is definitely a scenario that he wants to be in. With a knock, he'll likely tack, be on the lifted tack, and be pointing right towards his top mark. You can see, though, he's going to be slightly affected by his matches in front when he throws that tack in. Looks like he's setting up right now. And you can see on the top of your screen on the left, they will still be affecting Wickwire's breeze down the course. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. Hood's just tacked as well. You can see the top of your screen. So, I mean, it's really close.
Big gamble for both teams as Hood has tacked now from the far right. Wickwire still looking for his moment to
Steve, I
connect.
think maybe even outside of Yanni's line there. Is he overstood green? Yeah, copy. Oh, I'm getting more knock here, guys. Yeah, coming down. Yeah. Coming down.
Talking about
big
when-
cave there, Steve. Pressure.
When
or
they
not?
can tack on ley line
might
for the
be,
next mark, and there's a good amount of breeze where Wickwire is headed now. That I didn't see that when they first started this leg, but it is filling in strong
Okay,
from the left.
ready
That's going to
about
help the Canadians as
Three. I'm
they
going to come down 2 green out of the tack.
begin their tack.
One. Talk to me about pace of turn. Faster. Faster. Yeah.
Wickwire has Steve Flam on board calling tactics, one of the most experienced Congressional Cup racers in the entire fleet this weekend.
Easing a bit. Easing a bit.
Relatively
Steve, do I have permission
speaking,
to go right to the mark?
that is a nice amount of breeze that Wickwire is currently in. And his angle looks better on the mark than Hood, who's going to have to sail through a bunch of light stuff in the middle of the track. That's Hood in the far background. Top of screen. It's light.
Racing now.
I've heard stories of previous America's Cup, which is similar to a match racing we're seeing here, of them hoisting their tactician up the mast to see if he can get his best vantage point as they can of the race course or the wind, and new wind coming down, see if
like
they can
this
position
angle,
themselves
Steve?
in the right
Way
spot.
too high, come
I'm
on.
sure the
I mean,
tacticians
just
here,
with the
although they're
power
not
boat
allowed to
above
go
green.
up the mast much to their disappointment, they'll be looking as far upwind as possible. These boats are not going very fast, and this wind is coming down very quickly.
Do I need
So
height to get
it's all
across
about
his
who can
bow?
hook into the best pressure.
Copy.
On board with Hood, there's Wickwire in the background, crossing ahead.
We should get stronger at this intersection, I think. Monin showing lefty up here.
I'd say straight here.
This is a long race.
Okay, this is good though.
I think he has a piece of me, Steve.
Up the half.
Yeah, I am. I'm aiming.
All of a sudden, Wickwire not as happy with his position as he once was. It is deceiving when you get as big of a split. When you look like you're really far ahead, and as you converge, all of a sudden,
I definitely am not across him.
all of a sudden, things change.
He's
As,
on lay, right? So we leave our.
as Hood now looks good. And he's on starboard, so Wickwire
Might be a dial
knows
down.
he'll have to avoid.
With such a big split, it's amazing to see both boats coming out so evenly coming to the top mark. They do not have much of this upwind to go. They're probably a little bit left of the center of where the green mark is, so they're coming in on port lay, maybe one, max 2 more tacks coming into the top here.
Press 2, Dave. That's a header.
Stand by to tack. Yeah.
Down.
Tacking in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Tacking, Dave. Tacking. Tacking. Let's go. Turn.
Trimming on, trimming on.
2, 1. Big weight up. 3, 2, 1. Angle there, Dave.
We're right over top. Ease down.
Looks like
ease
Hood's
down,
gone for
we're
an
right through 'em.
under tack here, so I
Right
guess
through 'em.
his
Build here.
aim or thinking right here, we can't really see from the commentary box, but be interested to see whether they're on lay towards that green mark or he's setting up in that very powerful leeward position where he'll
Holding
start to
straight.
get an advantage of the compression from the sails and maybe tries to roll around the front here. It's going to be incredibly close to whether he's on lay or not.
Angle's good.
There's the top mark right there. It's a thin
Down
lay
one
line
here.
for
Down rumbling.
Dave Hood, and
He's so much
a lot of
faster.
pace to windward is Wickwire. Look at Wickwire just motoring after Hood is trying to get up to speed from that tack, and I think Hood might get rolled
You ready
here.
to come up? Coming up slowly here, Dave. Coming up slowly. Hold angle there. Hold there. Coming back down.
Look, there's a bit of a luff going on. It's kind of hard to see. You can see Hood trying to squeeze him out, but it looks like Wickwire had so much speed and momentum coming into this situation. It seems like he just sailed right around the outside.
That is demoralizing.
Okay,
if you
go.
are the
Ready.
road boat.
Pull up.
Wickwire just has all 11,000 pounds of this
Go
Catalina
hoist.
37 working
Go
to
hoist.
his advantage, especially when he's sailing at a little bit more favorable angle for his speed.
This will be the final hoist to the finish, and an all-important point
Coming up. Coming up.
at stake for Dave Hood, who trails Wickwire around the mark.
Grab above him. Down. Coming down. Coming down. You got to come up. Coming down. Slow it down. Slow it down. Slow it down. Slow the turn
We got to
down.
jibe first.
Dave, slow the turn down.
Park the boat.
Me.
Okay, go. Let's get some speed, please.
Yep.
Dude.
We got to go. What do you think?
Just park
We're
the boat.
faster. Jibing. Jibing.
Jibing here. Jibing. Turning, Dave. Turning.
Wickwire
Yeah,
jibing.
coming out hot, Dan.
Hood's crew looking to get the jump on him, try and get a roll. Hood, I don't
turning,
think
Dave.
has gotten
Keep
up to
turning.
full
3.
speed since that last tack a minute and a half ago.
Come on, Dan.
Angle's
It's
good,
so
Dave.
hard in these conditions to get these boats up to speed. You really have to go through a sort of a series of
Good angle there.
steps,
He's
keeping the bow
faster,
down,
unfortunately.
accelerating the boat in order to get up into a pointing opportunity. Then rounding the mark
Down,
will
down
have been a little bit of a burn off of speed,
Down
and
2, Dave. Coming down 1.
hopefully they can pick it back up
Hold
with
angle
kite.
there.
Well, it was a good positional move
more.
by Dave Hood, even
Coming
though they
down.
weren't up to full pace, to
Hold
be able
angle
to
there.
pull that jibe off and get on almost
Angle's good
right
there.
on
Stay
top
with
of
me here, okay, Dave?
Wickwire's breeze. This is a
Real
big
long this
race
way.
for the Black Long Beach Spinnaker of Dave Hood. And just to give you a quick update,
We're not on yet.
the other matches, Cole Tapper is ahead in his match. He looks to be
Yeah, it's getting better for him.
moving forward into the top 4. We'll see. He's actually tied with Dave Hood, so he's ahead in his match. Meanwhile, Bernson
Yeah.
and Hansen
No
are both
low than
losing
this.
theirs so far.
Give me a
Looking at
little
all
bit
the
of
matches
please.
across
Just
this
like
course
this
here,
here.
they're all incredibly close. There's only one
Up
match
to
is the
those.
one just behind the one that we're watching right now has
Hold
got a
angle
bit
there.
of a split. The rest of them are neck and neck.
know when
It's a
you're
really
on
credit to these sailors in
water.
such light conditions. Often it's won and
Hold
lost
there.
straight away off the start line. But these guys are just getting, and girls, straight back into it.
Including this match. I'm amazed at how close these two have been, considering how crazy these conditions are. And how big of a split we saw on that last beat. Here, Wickwire starts to get some breathing room underneath Hood as he holds him at bay.
Looking out, though, off to the right of the screen from where Dave Hood just was, there's really good pressure coming down towards him, and I wonder if it'll hit Hood's boat before it gets to Wickwire.
Coming up more.
If you're right, Marilyn, that could be the moment of the race. Who gets that fresh breeze from the left first? Hood gets it. He rolls over Wickwire. If Wickwire gets a piece of it, he stays in that leading position.
Yeah, this is nice.
I think Wickwire's really set up nicely here. It seems like he might be breathing just behind.
Angle's good.
I don't think Hood has the runway to be able to roll over the front of him and get a jibe in front. So we may even see him throw an early jibe to jibe behind Wickwire, or Wickwire, well, preferably Wickwire leads the jibe here, and he'll be in a really good stead going down to this
Well,
finish
just
mark.
feedback.
We've probably
Sure.
got for maybe another minute or two until they're on lay line.
Drive.
Based on what you're
I
saying,
know, I've
if
got to
you're-
watch him.
If you're Hood, you jibe early,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, if I was Hood, I'll be trying to bring this match back into the middle because as he sails out to the corner, he risks the wick wire jibing a little bit early and then just sailing away from
He's
him.
getting bow forward.
Just to make it a
so-
little bit more complicated for you, though, Zach, I do think the best pressure in the course is over in that far left-hand corner. So
we Simo.
I'm sure they're weighing those two options.
Yeah, it's a big way up between what you think of like a tactics point of view and what you see, of course. At the end of the day, it is a race. So I mean, you only have to beat one
Yes.
boat. So whether you're looking to
Yes.
get the best pressure or bring both boats out into maybe something that's a little bit more testing onto these trimmers. So, I mean, it's super interesting. There's
driving?
definitely not going to be one right answer
Can I
here.
head up?
Here we go. Hood is jibing just off screen.
Coming up, Trav.
2, 1. Keep turning, please, Dave. Keep turning and keep turning. Angle there.
All right, count to 10 and then we'll just... No, I'm not doing any maneuver. I'm just saying count to 10 and then we soak. Can I
Build your
soak?
Speed. Stand by to jibe back. Jibing in 3, 2, 1.
That's
Big roll.
interesting. Hood going
Where's the
back.
pin?
Nice and smooth.
Yeah, it is.
Two very big maneuvers for the local team here.
Turning, 3,
Has put them to the right of
Turning,
wick wire.
2,
That's the good news. The bad news
1.
is
Slow it down, Dave. Good
double
angle there.
maneuvers are slow
Holding it there.
as wick wire extends to our far left as we look upwind.
We also have some waves coming up the course, so I wonder whether they'll hit Hood, and this may be really bad for him. One slow maneuver after another into some waves could really stop his boat.
Oh,
But
he's gonna
tactically
miss
speaking,
these
he's set up
waves.
really
He's
well.
gonna
So
get
when
in there.
Wickwire does tack, or jibe, sorry, he'll be right on his air.
And you could hear Chris
Angle's good, no lower.
Steele saying, just as you pointed out, the waves are going
So
to be
unlucky.
unlucky.
Oh, look at the bounce in that boat.
Not good.
Oh, we
Here
get
comes
quite
wick wire.
waves and he doesn't.
Can Hood get a piece of him? Can Hood get on top of wick wire's breeze? Can Hood pass him to the finish?
He's jibing.
Meanwhile, the man Hood needs to beat, Cole Tapper, is ahead in his match. Big moment in the race right here.
Talk to me about how much up, Trav. I got to soak. Yeah.
You'd think Hood is definitely in a position to be affecting Wickwire's breeze.
Yeah.
The thing is, Wickwire's much closer to the finish line, having taken the step down to lure there, and Hood went through
We've got to go above these guys, eh?
those
Come down.
waves.
Yep, good angle there.
It's a lot more distance for Hood
I can match
there.
him.
to get
That's
down to
good
the
there.
finish.
You're getting quite
He's got a
close to the
starboard
finish
tack
line here,
boat.
so it's a matter of time whether Hood could stick
just
this
saying
move
why
in
he's-
time. I mean, he's definitely in the stronger position, and over the long period of time, he'll
Coming up,
definitely
I
start
am.
to gain on Wickwire, but will he be able to gain enough by the time this finish line rolls around? They're getting very close. They're just about at that gate mark right now.
What would you do here if you were Hood?
That's a great question. It's very difficult here. I mean, it depends on whether he's actually sitting on
Keep up.
Wickwire's air or Wickwire's breathing behind. I think Wickwire's breathing behind, so I would think about maybe another attack at him. So it could be a jibe and try and maybe force him out to maybe downwind jail, or it could be a two very quick
I
jibe
am.
and try and sit on the
Gears
air.
in the water.
Two options, a lot of boat handling going on. They're definitely going some lighter breeze. So if I was Hood, I would definitely be thinking about doing something sooner rather than later.
Yep.
Or we can jibe and do a plate for the pin. I'm just saying.
Keep it ripping here.
We're in his shit.
Right about now, Wickwire is starting to
Stand by
get
jibe.
into the
Smooth turn jibe.
bad breeze from
Yeah.
Hood's black spinnaker. Hood's got to do something.
All right, we got to go. He's
Jibing
going.
Big roll.
He's
Slowly.
okay.
Trying to get
Big moment right here.
a little faster.
Hood on
Talk
starboard.
to me.
3,
Wickwire will have to avoid.
1. Angle
Jibing.
there, Dave. Angle there. Yep, I got you. I got you.
Wickwire driving on top of Hood's breeze. You can hear a pin drop on the Belmont Pier. Everybody pulling for the local team.
I'm turning. Turning.
Good, that's good. Hold that.
Hold that.
Good angle there.
Talk to me, let's spin it.
Wickwire is slow.
This It's like a reverse of what we saw the top mark. Seems like Hood's coming with a lot of speed out of that early jibe, and Wickwire seems a little bit down speed, as expected, out of this jibe. They're both slightly above pin lace. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see. Will Wickwire be able to affect Hood's air behind him and maybe get into the zone first? Or will Hood be able to push Wickwire out of zone and maybe stick a jibe in when he feels like it? It's going to be so close.
It's so close between the two boats right now. You know that Hood's team is doing everything they can to see about an overlap.
Hold angle there. We're clear, eh, Ricky? Go.
Heart rate on these two teams must be through the roof right now.
Yeah.
Stand by to jibe in 3.
Hood's going to jibe away.
1, here we go, jibing.
Wickwire just
Jibing,
gets a
Dave.
puff of breeze there to give him a shot at the pin while Hood jibes away and heads for the signal boat.
1.
I'm not going to do anything.
The boat's definitely up right now, but I mean, Wickwire is going really well right now. It's going to be a photo finish.
I got it.
That jibe was crucial for
1,
Dave
bow
Hood.
down.
He's
We
on
got
the
it.
wrong angle. It's a good puff of breeze for Wickwire, who simply squares down and has done it. Incredible match for the Canadian team. Well done, Peter Wickwire.
Peter Wickwire and team coming all the way from Nova Scotia.
I got
Wow.
a jibe here, guys.
They're not going to have enough points to make it
Jibing.
on, but a great race here against Dave Hood.
And you could feel the tension all the way around the track. That's the longest race we have
No.
covered this week.
Fuck him. Sorry.
The Canadian apologizing. Thanks, Peter.
I did tell all the skippers in the meeting this morning that whoever says a bad word will be buying the
you drive for
entire
60?
regatta, a round of rum drinks from our sponsor. So Wickwire knows. I think he will remember that. That's going to be an expensive one. And we're going to get to hear from him. Well, let's go down on the water. On board with the man himself, the winner, Peter Wickwire.
Talk to this.
How did the race go there?
It was a W. It was definitely a hard-fought match. Really, my crew got me through that with the communication. Yeah, we really needed that win, and we're going to try to get another one here against Rocco and end this event on a high note.
Pretty high right there. Well done, Peter Wickwire and crew.
The first Canadian team here in 40 years is what I heard.
And just to let you know, that cheering was for Nicole Brault, her first Congressional Cup. And she has just crossed the line ahead of Bjorn Hansen. That is crucial for Hansen, who was looking to advance into the top 4.
Yeah, it looks like two major upsets. So two of the teams who were slightly low on the ranking list have managed to take out some of these top teams. So, I mean, it really shows how close this Congressional Cup is with skippers all across the board really mixing it up.
And that blue spinnaker is Cole Tapper. He is leading his race over Ian Garetta from France. And that is not what Hansen or Hood would like to see. Or Yanni Berntsen, who I believe is still behind in his match against Monin. Is that correct? We'll let you know.
So yeah, Monin is just rounded the top mark off screen, and it's going to be interesting. We'll go into the last race of the double round robin with 3 people 1 point away from each other for that final spot.
Just how you want it to be.
I do not want to be in charge of the tiebreaker decision.
I don't want to be in charge of the math. That's Marilyn's job. And you got to wonder if the other teams are kind of paying attention to the finishes while they're in their matches, because sometimes your fate is not even in your hands. It's how the math goes in the other races.
I think more than the math, one of the things that our team will sometimes have half an eye on is just where other teams are getting ahead or getting behind. Understanding, hey, is there a little bit more pressure out to the right that we could take advantage of? Did we see a pass take place in a match over on that side? But the points are a little harder to track when you're so focused on the race in front of you.
And Marilyn, how do you keep half an eye on something?
I usually have my pit girl do it.
Which eye does she split in half?
It depends.
Aye, aye, aye.
You know, I was thinking a moment ago, if Chris Poole has the least amount of stress here, he knows he's in, but also maybe he doesn't, because if we do end up seeing the semifinal races today, this is his chance to get a feel for the wind and learn what's working and what isn't. At this point, I don't know that any wind's going to build today. It's already almost 2 o'clock, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's gone rather south as well. I mean, we're looking really far up this course, all the way to the seawall. There's not a lot coming down. And the yachts that are just offshore as well for the Saturday racing, they look pretty parked. So I think there's a little bit of wind coming down the left here, but we'll have to see if there's anything that's going to back it up.
Well, we hope so. Long Beach is normally so predictable with the wind. We've had great wind all week. Somebody forecast strong wind this weekend, and maybe they jinxed it. Marilyn, our weather expert.
Yeah, I think that offshore there's some pretty big breeze and a little bit of a storm cell even, but inshore here, it's a little bit to the north of us, so we're kind of in a doldrums, if you will, below it.
And tomorrow for the finals?
The forecast I saw that it might even pick up a little bit later this afternoon, and tomorrow
Okay.
for the finals looks much more reliable Long Beach.
So it could be a long day today as you guys are watching live on Facebook and YouTube. We appreciate that. And you can ask us questions here in the chat. If we don't know the answer, we will make it up convincingly. Once again, I'm joined by Ryan Sanders, Marilyn Cassidy, our weather expert, who brings you local on the 8s. And Zach West, all the way from Australia for your first Ficker Cup and first Congressional Cup. What do you think so far?
Oh, it's just awesome to be here. I mean, the hospitality here at Long Beach is just definitely second to none. This event kind of attracts the best in the world, and even some of the guys who may not be competing on the full world tour at the moment, they still come back. They still bring a massive or really talented team, some young guys and some of the guys who have been doing this for a really long time. So it's really special being here.
I just want to point out, this light blue spinnaker is Tapper. The dark spinnaker is Regatta. Tapper, another one of those teams, tied, looking for an all-important point, and they could be set up for an upset. Look at that blue flag flying from the umpire powerboat as well. So lots of upsets for the top teams here. Tapper is behind and has to spin a penalty turn, so the teams that are knocked out mathematically are really mixing things up and making it harder for the front teams.
Regatta has just been on fire the last handful of races. After a not so convincing first day or two, he had something like 3 wins out of 4 races yesterday, and it looks like he's hoping to put another one on the board right here.
It's almost like when the pressure's off, they deliver. He's great in the press conferences, too. Such a gentleman. He's pretty self-effacing when they don't do well. The first day he said, well, we didn't do well because of the umpires. And the next day he said, well, we still don't agree with the umpires. And yesterday he said, well, actually, we do agree with the umpires when they get a penalty. This time I'm sure he agrees because he's given a penalty to Tapper. Now he's just jibed in front, here in front of the fans, heading for the finish. Regatta to take an all-important point away from Cole Tapper. That means you're going to have more pressure, Marilyn, in your math skills when you start looking at all these combinations going into this final flight between Berntsen, Hansen, Hood, and Tapper.
I'm fortunate that it's just 1 point at a time, but I will agree the tiebreakers are a little bit difficult.
And what's good for these losses, you're right, so Hood needed to win that race, but because his competitors are losing theirs, that opens the door again for Hood and Berntsen and Hansen behind him.
Absolutely.
And Hansen lost his match. So all 4 of the tied teams lost their matches. Berntsen's the only one left in play. Good job, Regatta, crossing the finish line. You can hear some cheers. Yeah, let them hear you, folks, live on the Belmont Pier. That was a race. You guys who are members of the Long Beach Yacht Club will be happy because that opens the door yet again for Dave Hood, the local team. So it is all to play for in this final 18th flight of a double round robin to see who moves on into the top 4 to join Chris Poole.
And, you know, I think that it's really cool that the lower 3 teams have taken wins here in this light air day. Both Wickwire and Brault worked their way through last weekend in the Ficker Cup, which I know, Zach, you're also a part of. Ian Regatta, all the way from France. It's great for these teams to have a good showing here. In the last day that they'll be on the water against the rest of the competitors, they will be back tomorrow morning for our fleet race. So they will be back on the water tomorrow. But as far as we're concerned with the live coverage, it's great to give these guys the exposure. I thank them all for coming. And I thank the 1080 media team and Tucker really for helping to continue to show the Congressional Cup. We have the best live coverage, I think, of any match racing event in location, cameras, everything.
And Ryan, just look on screen what we can see here. In the background, that orange spinnaker is Berntsen, who needed this win. And as you know, all 4 teams that needed a win to move on, did not get it, so effectively that means things are still the same. But one thing that is also the same is that yellow spinnaker, Eric Monin, crossing the finish line means he's solidified his spot in the semifinals. Officially second place right now behind Chris Poole. And those will be your first two semifinalists, Poole and Monin. Well done. Monin, the light air expert. I predicted he might be the sleeper cell of this regatta. Watch out, because Chris Poole has been so dominant for the past 3 days, but all those wins go away when we move into the semifinals. We start over. Effectively, the slate is wiped clean now. The 4 teams that were tied for a third and fourth spot, looking for a third and fourth spot rather, Tapper, Hood, Bernson, Hansen, all will have to sail in this final flight. I'll give you an idea that Tapper's going to face Nicole Brault. Hood and Hansen will meet each other. That's going to be a huge match, number 2. And then finally, Bernson in the fourth match will face Regatta. So definitely want to watch Hood and Hansen, Bernson, and Tapper in the first match there. So it's going to be all on. And you'd appreciate this is how it comes down to the last races in the last flight at the end of the double round robin to see who makes it through.
And honestly, this is such a great shot here. We can see 3 of our big sponsors here this year. Plethora of businesses, brand new. That yellow spinnaker, Visit Long Beach, is the Long Beach Visitor Bureau here. We have the Grand. The Grand is providing food upstairs in the loft for the Club 100 members. You saw that Club 100 spinnaker a minute ago. That is a way that Long Beach Yacht Club members can support and sponsor the Congressional Cup. They only get 100 families involved with that, and they each buy in, help pay for the spinnaker and all the fun that happens here. So next year, if you're a Long Beach Yacht Club member and you want the premier viewing opportunity, think about joining Club 100. And if you don't happen to be a Long Beach Yacht Club member, come on board as a sponsor. You'll get the same kind of access as the Club 100 does. Premier viewing opportunities here on the Belmont Veterans Memorial Pier for the Congressional Cup year in and year out.
And thanks also to the 300-plus volunteer members of the Long Beach Yacht Club that make this event possible. It is such an incredible regatta year after year, 60 of them and counting. The Congressional Cup, as we look at live coverage of Chris Poole. He won 2 years ago undefeated, every single race, right through the round robin, semis, and finals. Incredible. He then backed that up last year with his second win in a row, and he's looking for a three-peat as he leads Rocco Attili downwind to the finish in their last match here, flight 17 rather, of 18.
And Poole, if he can hold this win, or hold this lead rather, he's only lost 1 match all weekend. He's really in tip-top shape here. The team is communicating so well, as we saw yesterday. He's going to be definitely a favorite to follow through the end of the Congressional Cup this year. The 60th anniversary Congressional Cup, if you will, 60 years of this. I talked about this yesterday on air. We have a Congressional Cup theater back at Long Beach Yacht Club, and you can watch footage from the very first Congressional Cup 60 years ago. They produced a film. It's called The Dacron Legion, and as I learned yesterday, that was what they used to make the sails back then. We also have footage from the 50th Congressional Cup 10 years ago. It is all about the history of the Congressional Cup and Long Beach Yacht Club this year as we push forward ahead after the 60th to the Olympics here in a couple years ahead.
You know what makes this event so great after 60 years, Ryan?
That I get to sit next to you, or what's that?
It's the fact that it hasn't changed a bit. It has maintained true to its core. A pure international match race, sailed in monohulls with spinnaker poles and symmetrical kites and big boats and multiple people on the crew, and best viewing, I think, of any venue in the world here off the Belmont Pier in Long Beach. And the sailors know it too. They come year after year. It is one of the very best events, always has been. And what's great about it has stayed the same for 60 years. And the people that support it and take care of the teams and run this regatta, house all the competitors like extended members of the family, really is a special place. There's none other like it than Long Beach Yacht Club.
Yeah, I think I'll give a shameless plug here. I got to house the Wickwire team, and it's a lot of fun to have a team from another country at your house. I have the Canadian flag out front, and we've had a lot of fun post-race discussion in the hot tub. having drinks or food at home every night. It's been so great. And all the families, everyone hosts big parties. Really, coming here is such an experience. They said it's been like an entire marathon, 10 days straight, through the Ficker Cup, nonstop. So we are so happy to host them, happy to be one of the premier match racing events in the world. And it shows if you spend a minute in Long Beach Yacht Club, because we are so proud of our Congressional Cup.
And even as competitors as well, I mean, the hosting and the volunteers is so special to us. I mean, they make our lives, especially coming to foreign countries, so easy. And it's true as well with the hosting families. I mean, when we travel around the world, it gets really expensive. And these guys open up their homes and we just love getting to know the new families. They show us around what's happening, and it's just absolutely amazing. And it's really cool because when we come back in a couple of years, we came here for the Sewanaka Cup in 2022, and we still stay with the same families. It's just amazing to be welcomed back into some fantastic homes.
Yeah, and it's fun. You know, it's really fun to have you guys. It's like a highlight of the year, honestly. All right, Chris Poole approaching the finish line here.
There in the background, Rocco Attili. The race is over for him. Just in front of him, to the right of screen, with the spinnaker down now, crossing the finish line is Chris Poole, victorious yet again. Give him a round of applause, folks. He's won all but one in this round robin so far. Incredible performance. I think there's pretty much one team that is telling everybody else, if you want to win the Congressional Cup, you got to go through that man, Chris Poole, to do it. And we're going to have one more flight to find out who will make it to the semifinals to join that team, Chris Poole and Eric Monin. And will it be Cole Tapper, Dave Hood, Yanni Berntsen, or Bjorn Hansen? We're going to find out in just a few minutes, and we'll see if we're going to get, when we're going to get, rather, the next and final flight of the double round robin here in the light airs off of Long Beach, California. But first,
yeah, as we just mentioned, these guys are staying in our homes here in Long Beach, and I caught up with a few of the housing hosts this week. I wanted to show you how the sailors live, if you will. So take a look here at what it's like to stay in one of the homes of a Long Beach Yacht Club member for the Ficker Cup and Congressional Cup.
Hello, come in. I'm Maria Bloxam. Welcome to our home. This is where everybody hangs out, the living room. And we've got a pool table, foosball table, so they can just all play and hang out. And it gets busy. These doors are infinity, so they open all the way out. And then we have the pool, hot tub, fire pit. And right now we're building an ADU above the garage, which will have staircases coming right into the yard so that I can put all the sailors up there in one place. This is Luke, camera shy. This year I have Cole Tapper staying with us from CY outside of Sydney with his crew for Congressional Cup. For Ficker Cup, I have some of the crew members from Zach West, also from Australia, from the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. Everybody knows the sailors love sweets, so we are baking up cookies, brownies, and I've stocked up on the Vegemite because that's what they like for breakfast, Vegemite and butter on toast. So this table actually extends another 3 feet, and I have a bench that goes on one side so we can seat up to about, I think, 15, maybe 17. This is my guest room, which is actually, we call it the crew room. So we have a double bed down below, a twin up there, and a twin there. I can get up to 3 sailors, sometimes 4 in this room. We have all the Burgies from their yacht clubs. They usually bring me and we hang it up. We have old photos going back from Bjorn Hansen over here. And then they kind of forget things here. So we have vests, hats, and medals that they've left behind. This is what I received this year for the 60th anniversary. Has my name on the back. I'm very happy to have this hat. I've been housing hosts for probably 12, 13 years, starting with Bjorn Hansen, and Max was probably only 4, and he is now 19. The most number of sailors I've had staying here is probably 7. And they end up on sofas, air mattresses, wherever we can find room for them. Now that my kids are older, over 21, they're very excited to get involved and help us host, help us navigate the sailors. My daughter now does boat hosting, and it's all a family affair here. I am the housing coordinator for the Long Beach Yacht Club. I've been doing it for now 5 years. I truly enjoy it. I enjoy housing. If there's a way you want to get involved, you can always contact me. It's easy, it's fun, it's easy. You really don't have to do a whole lot. They become your family. This year, housing hosts, well, for Congressional Cup, I have about 30 homes. All right, thank you for coming to visit my home and seeing where the sailors hang out and have fun and eat and come back and live. We'll see you at the Congressional Cup 2025, hopefully on the pier to cheer everybody on.
Well, we're here with James Mayo, 3-time Etchell World Championship wins, 2 just recently. We have the Comanche skipper and an ex-competitor of the Congressional Cup. James Mayo, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Zach. Good to be here. How good was that racing in the last couple of minutes, hey?
Yes. So it's been absolutely awesome to see some breeze coming in, a little bit light here, so under AP. So what do you think of the racing here? Any surprises you've seen? Anything that's interesting?
I mean, that first match with Hood was incredible, the way they came in under Spinnaker and then jibed again to get over the top of them. That was first class. Like that's as good as you're going to see, I thought.
Yeah, so what do you see the difference between the Congressional Cup and other regattas you've seen? I've seen that you've done a lot of regattas. You're a very accomplished sailor. What do you see? Yeah,
look, it's the reason I'm here is obviously to support Ben Lamb, who's sailing with Poole, and it's that's match racing's the last race of the Worlds last year for us came down to a match race just between us and another one of the American teams, and it's just extremely important part of our puzzle, going into competition.
Yeah, for sure. So you touched on the match racing here. So you came back here, you're a competitor of the Congressional Cup a couple of years ago. Can you tell me who you were sailing with and how life turned out past then?
Yeah, it was about 20 years ago with Neville Whitty. So it's great to see that, things haven't changed much. The boats are still the same, and, you've got world-class competitors out here from all over the world. And, what the club do and the event that they put on here is, it's one of the best I've seen in the world.
Yeah, fantastic. So Neville Whitty is also my co-host happens to be. We've also got Tiana, who was here commentating yesterday, the daughter of Nev. So it seems like a bit of a family affair. So tell us, why are you out of here? So you usually sail in Sydney. So what brings you to Long Beach?
Yeah, last week we had an Etchell Regatta down in San Diego. The Worlds are there next year in May 26. So we've just finished that regatta, and we have another one coming up in about a week's time. So, we're going to try and win 3 in a row. And so it's going to be extremely important to spend a lot of time on that race course and racing against some of the best sailors, from around the world. And that's just a big part of it's very different conditions to what we're used to. And, we're loving it.
Fantastic. So it's incredible to see. I mean, going for a 3P on the Etchell World Championships in a row is an incredible feat. So explain what the difference is between these boats we hear, the Catalina 37s, and what the Etchell is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Etchells, for most of the sailors around the world, it's a one design class. There's a weight limit, which is 285 kilos. And as long as you're under that, with either 3 or 4 people. But it's a very technical boat. It's a very physical boat. So not to say that these aren't, but the hiking on the boat is extremely important. and your sail selection and the sail development, and then really how the three of us can work together. So we've been lucky enough to when we won our 24, we had Richie Allenson sailing with us, and he came from a crew. He was sailing with Ian Murray and Colin Beashall, and in 2019 we both went into the last race again, fighting it out for the World Championship. They beat us, and then since then Richie then joined our crew in 24, and we were successful, and then he's moved on to some different ventures. So we selected Ben, and were successful again, and he's going to join us next year as well in May 26. So the more racing we can do together, the stronger opportunity we'll have of having another attack at this next year.
Yeah, wow, sounds amazing. So remind me, is your crewmate on Chris Paul's team?
He is on Chris Paul's team, and I think they're doing pretty well. I think they've only maybe dropped one race so in the last couple of days. So yeah, they've got a little bit of a journey ahead of them as they move into the semi-finals and finals.
It sounds amazing. Sounds like you've got an absolutely amazing crew. But so talk to us about Comanche. So what is it?
Yeah, I mean, Comanche, 100-foot boat, weighs over 30 tonne, master's, well over 100 foot, 150 feet high. Whole boat's carbon fibre. And it's just, it's an epic racing yacht. And it was in Australia. It was on its way back to Europe. And, I spoke to Matt Allen, who'd won the race 4 times before. And I said, look, it's going to be good for the sport, good for yachting, and it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. And it's a big challenge, obviously sailing smaller boats myself. It's just a beast. Absolute beast, and if you don't control it, it's going to control you. And so we were unsuccessful last year. We retired from the race. So we ripped the mainsail, and we had quite a comfortable lead. I think we were about 3 or 4 hours ahead of the race record. So it's unfinished business for us. So we're going to do it again, and it's the 80th year of the Sydney to Hobart. So that's something very special as well. But it's just an iconic yacht, and it's fun to sail, but it's you got to be really careful with that boat, otherwise it's going to bite you.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I sail in Sydney Harbour as well, and sometimes we're out training and Comanche goes by, and it is an absolute miracle. It looks a little bit smaller than it does in real life on TV, but I tell you what, that boat compared to my little Elliott 7 that we're training for match racing looks incredible. I mean, you guys are doing 20-plus knots around the harbour, aren't you?
Yeah, we try and race it like an edgel around the harbour, basically. So that's a lot of fun, and we're going to do the same again this year.
That sounds absolutely amazing. It'd be fantastic to see Comanche back on the start line for next year's iconic Sydney to Hobart Regatta. So what are your plans into lead-up? So I know that it's such a big regatta. Are there any smaller regattas that you're using as like a lead-up to the Sydney Hobart?
Yeah, they have a number of, there's a race called Tollgate, Bird Island, Cabbage Tree. They're all overnight races. So they're extremely important for us of pulling the crew together and all getting used to the boat. But we're going to go with pretty well the same crew as we had last year. So it's once we step back on board, we should be able to pick up where we left off, and we're getting some new sails, and I think we're going to have about 6 or 7 maxis this year in the Sydney to Hobart. So it's going to be very special. But the lead-up races are extremely important just for us to understand the boat more and gel as a crew.
Wow, it's absolutely amazing. So I've got one last question for you. So you're juggling a maxi doing the Sydney to Hobart, and you're juggling an Etchells campaign. How do you do it?
I just love one design racing, which most sailors do, and it's great when you can get 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 boats on the start line all together, and it's just wonderful to be able to look down the start line and see, Olympians, gold medalists, world champions, America's Cup sailors, and it's, we all tend to compete against the same people, but to then move on to it's just a new challenge to race Comanche, and so it's just finding the balance. But I much prefer the one design sailing than the bigger boats, but it's the challenge.
Awesome. Thank you very much, James, and best of luck for your Sydney Hobart campaign and your Edgewood World Championships.
Yeah, great job here. Congratulations.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors will soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
All right, we're back on the pier here live. It's Ryan Sanders. I've got Drew Satorino here with me. I got to meet you a couple days ago, Drew. You are the historian of the Congressional Cup. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not so sure about the historian. I don't think that title has been given to anybody, but maybe I've been around the Congressional Cup longer than most people.
Maybe one of many, if you will, right?
Maybe one of many.
So some quick stats for you. You were the chairman of the Congressional Cup in 1993. You were the Commodore of Long Beach Yacht Club back in 1997. You have been a Long Beach Yacht Club member since 1974. Are those numbers right?
I think my parents joined in 1970, and I actually got my own membership in 1977. I started working on Congressional Cup, just a little grom on the waterfront, setting marks in 1974. When the regatta was sailed in the latter 60s and early 70s, if you were a sailor around these parts, especially on Alamedas Bay, you couldn't help but see the big boats come into town and the practices in the afternoon, and it was really alluring to come out here and watch it.
Yeah, and I asked you this the other day. So back then, you didn't have a fleet of identical Catalina 37s, right? Those weren't here yet. So you guys would get boats from other places. Tell me how that part worked back then.
Well, you know, you and I were talking the other day, and I think it got a lot of laughs because procuring an identical fleet of 10 boats is what the Congressional Cup's done since 1965. And in 1965, they were Cal 40s, and you know, think about it. You get 10 boats, then you've got to equalize them, which really takes days, and then you bring them out here, and we had the Cal 40s, and we had the Columbia 50s, and we had the Erickson 39s, and then the Catalina 38s, and we had such a good relationship with Catalina yachts in the mid-'80s, well, actually early 80s, going into the 90s. The Catalina 37 was developed and basically addressed all the issues that were wrong with the 38. Frank Butler, Jerry Douglas, and the team at Catalina, along with guidance from Bruce Brown representing our club and Dick Seward, made this hybrid boat that you're looking at right now, the Catalina 37, to replace the Catalina 38 so that we wouldn't have to borrow owners' boats, thrash them for 5 days, and then return them on Sunday morning politely.
What's the worst damage that we ever had to one of these owners' boats back then when you were, you had to say, sorry, we broke, pick something. Tell me, what do you remember from back then?
Well, yacht racing rules, and especially when you have match racing and on-the-water umpiring, kind of prevent really, really nasty, hairy collisions that can, actually take a boat right out of the regatta. But we've had everything from, you name it, it's happened to these boats. It's mostly small stuff, but boats have been T-boned. Subsequently, you see the rubber piece on the bow of the boat. That helped out a ton. Every once in a while, and our rules master Kirk Brown can attest to this. Every once in a while, you get into a collision that just cannot be avoided. The boats hook up, and you just got to kind of close your eyes and hope.
Yeah. And so back then, when we first introduced the Catalina 37s, was the pier in place yet? I don't think it was. Is that correct?
Was the pier what?
Was the pier out here when the 37s were first introduced?
Oh yeah, gosh,
It had been.
The pier's been here for years. But we made it an official viewing venue in 1995. And, we've really never, well, it was actually 1994 when we dragged a team out here and we just felt like it had a lot of merit as a viewing spot and as a venue.
And I remember, and rest in peace to Dougie Pye, I got to interview him last year, and I remember he told me that way back in the day, you guys would go out and race these boats. There was no spectators. You could come back and make up any story you wanted almost and just to describe this event. But can you tell me what has bringing spectators into the Congressional Cup done to the sport, done to the Cup, done to the entire atmosphere of this 60-year-long event? What do the spectators mean to be so close to the racers?
Well, I think it's like sitting courtside at a Laker game or on the sidelines at a Super Bowl, as far as I'm concerned, because I'm a sailing aficionado. But to me, it's a major sport, and this is basically like a playoff game or even a final. And to be able to walk out to the end of the pier and look right into the cockpit of these boats and see basically professional sailors trying to make a paycheck and establish themselves for the next invite so they can go and make a paycheck. Certainly it's for the love of the sport, but professional sailing, which is what this regatta is all about, is like every other sport, it's the money.
And I will add one thing to that, and that is that in no other professional sport can you sit courtside at the Laker game and then go back with all your buddies to sit with everyone you've just watched play, have a drink, talk stories, give them a handshake, take a photo, let your kids meet them. I think it's so incredible that all 10 boats out here and all their sailors come back to the club every single day of the Congressional Cup. We get to mingle with them. They're our friends. I recognize faces year after year. Now I'm a little more involved now than I was when I started 10 years ago, but these guys that come here from around the world are so friendly to us and do such a great job to make sure that they are part of our family. And I'm so appreciative that you and everyone at the Yacht Club over the years have built this environment where we get to have them and they want to come here. And that's what I think is the coolest part about this. Can you agree with that? Do you have any personal stories of sailors you've had a drink with back at the club?
Well, I think that every story that is told, like the way you just told it, for your personal experiences, we all have them. I've often thought when I look at Steve Ballmer sitting on the sidelines at a Laker game, the difference between him as an owner and the difference between, our sport of sailing, where you actually are, kind of hunkering down with the professionals in the sport. These guys, if this were basketball, are no different than Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan, and they're going to be back at the club bellied up, talking stories from the day, and it's just the way that our sport is. I don't know why that is, but I would imagine it's why we all are around this sport, because it's just different.
It is. That's a perfect way to put it. It's so different. We are a family, and I think in any non-mainstream sport, you are family members with the people that share the same love and attention and dedication to something that you're involved with. But sailing feels like a special, special bond. These guys, I've spent the week with Peter Wickwire, and he's telling me stories about different sailors he's raced around the world with. And it's just so cool that they go their separate ways. They come back together maybe a month later, maybe 6 months later, and their buddies, they pick up right where they left off. But they get to incorporate us as the host towns, if you will, or yacht clubs. We're just part of the fun every time. They come back maybe every couple years, and they pick up where they left off. And I think that's pretty neat. So, yeah,
Well, you kind of said it all right there. I mean, everybody's got their reason for being involved in the sport that they're passionate about. For us in this booth, and I think for everybody on the pier, we're passionate about a few things. First of all, boats, power boats, sailboats, being on the water, competition on the water. The great thing about the Congressional Cup is it's one-on-one, mano-a-mano sailing, so it takes a monetary factor out of it. You can't buy a fast Catalina 37 in this regatta. You've got to be assigned one, just like all the other 9 skippers. You can't buy a faster jib. Everybody's jib is the same. And, it takes that factor out of it. But for whatever reason, even on an overcast day like this with no wind, I think it's relaxing and a number of different good things just being here.
Yeah, and you said it. You can't buy a faster boat. And something we talked with the skippers this morning, they rotate boats every single day. They're in a different numbered boat each of the 5 days of the regatta. This morning, Randy Smith, our PRO, presented a list of which boat numbers have won which matches over the course of the last three and a half days now. And so the skippers themselves get to decide which boats will be used for the semifinals and the finals. They're the same boat. They're the same boat, but it is in their heads, right? It's very superstitious of which boats have won more races or not. So that's part of the fun, I think, is you can't make the boat faster. It's up to your skill set, right? Your skill set, probably a little bit of luck, but as we've seen with at least Chris Poole this weekend, that skill set keeps him near the front in almost every match.
When you're walking around out here on the pier venue, you see a lot of Long Beach Yacht Club volunteers carrying clipboards, and they're writing, and they're very intently looking at the ocean, even when actually nothing's happening. But those are the people that are keeping these stats. They're every single tack. What boat has won? What boat has lost? It's amazing. We've got stats upon stats upon stats. But at the end of the day, if some skipper felt that somebody had a faster boat out of the 10, the stats, the numbers don't lie. They'll tell you that these boats are about as equal as manufactured boats can be. And they've been that way for quite a while now.
And I think I want to give a shameless plug to the Sailing Foundation. Long Beach Sailing Foundation maintains these boats. And I'm sure you're aware of this. I don't know if everybody at home is. For sure, those of you on the pier are. We as members and neighborhood community members here in Long Beach get to race these boats all year long. There's events a couple times a month on weekends. In the summer months, we have 18 weeks straight of on the water on these 37s. So these aren't just used for the Congressional Cup. That's obviously the main highlight of them. But these boats are workhorses. They're used all year long. The Sailing Foundation spends hours and hours maintaining them. It's a pretty incredible thing. And I know that you, as being involved back when you were a pioneer of helping to give this to us. So as a newer sailor, I thank you for that. And I thank everyone at the club that donates some time here. And we are sitting here in a little bit of a holding pattern. It's light wind. We're here at day number 4 of the 60th Annual Congressional Cup. I've got Drew Satorino sitting next to me. Can you give me one last parting story, if you will, about some history about the Congressional Cup?
Well, this history, I was thinking about this last night because you asked me for a parting story the other day, and this might have been the one that I wanted to reach for, and I just forgot about it. But because we're kind of in a little bit of a rainy weather pattern, it made me think about the fact, and I can't remember the exact year, but I think it was about, must have been about 74, 75. But this story relates to Ted Turner. I think most people know who Ted Turner is. Just a very wealthy businessman in the United States, and has been that way for decades, but he's also a great sailor, and he won the Congressional Cup, I believe, in 76, and then he went on to win the America's Cup in 77. But I remember, and he's been a member of the Long Beach Yacht Club, I think, since 73, just a full member. But I remember coming out of the club, and I was boat operations chair that year, so I was responsible for the boats. And I was real worried about the weather. It was raining. In fact, it was actually pouring on a Wednesday night. And I was walking out the front door of the club. There were very few people there. And all of a sudden, a limo pulled up right out in front of the Long Beach Yacht Club. It was pouring rain, and I thought, gosh, this is a little bit odd. Maybe they're lost. But Ted Turner was still up in the bar, and I don't know who he was drinking with, but he was still up in the bar. And out of the limo comes Rod Stewart, the singer Rod Stewart.
The Rod Stewart.
Yeah, the Rod Stewart. And not a guy that you see rolling into yacht clubs all that often. And also had Ronnie Wood with him, who's another member of the Rolling Stones. And they wanted to meet Rod Stewart wanted to meet Ted Turner because Ted Turner had bought his music catalog, and I think in some deal Ted had now bought Time Warner or something, but this was going to be Rod Stewart's new boss. So he came rolling into the Long Beach Yacht Club, went up, met Ted Turner, nobody was around, a few staff, and that kind of struck me as an odd moment and one that comes to mind.
Okay, I'm going to blame you for this then. Why didn't you guys sell Rod Stewart on joining the yacht club? Because we could have had a lot of fun parties with Rod Stewart in our yacht club.
God, it was so weird in those days because you'd see Ted Turner drinking like, he just did that in the Long Beach Yacht Club every night. And he attracted a lot of people like that. And frankly, to me, Congressional Cup's such a big event that Rod Stewart showing up wasn't that big of a surprise
Just
to me.
another everyday situation.
And I certainly wasn't going to go up and talk to him about joining the yacht club, but thanks,
Okay.
next time.
I'll do it next time I see him. Bring him around. Okay, so thank you so much to Drew Satterino. A wealth of knowledge. We have this movie theater back at the club. We're going to show you guys a little bit of footage from the 50th anniversary Congressional Cup as we are in a holding pattern here. Day number 4, the 60th annual Congressional Cup. Please stick tight. If you're on the pier, find something to eat or drink. We'll be back as soon as possible. In the meantime, check out this footage from 10 years ago.
The international city of Long Beach, in cooperation with the Long Beach Yacht Club, initiates the first match race on the West Coast. The first Congressional Cup. The cup is deeded to the Long Beach Yacht Club by the Congress of the United States, sponsored by Congressman Craig Hosmer and Senator Thomas Kuechel.
Every yacht club wants to set themselves aside as being star champions or America's Cup champions. Long Beach Yacht Club developed this match racing regatta.
The America's Cup, the Canada Cup, Salonica Cup, were all two-boat races. We were thinking that it would be nice to have a regatta where there would be 10 contestants and you'd have an overall winner.
Originally it was supposed to be the Presidential Cup. Then John F. Kennedy was shot, and when Lyndon Johnson took over, he pulled most of the major military contracts out of California, and that infuriated the Californians, of course. So Bill de Lacy got Congress to agree to make it a Congressional Cup. So it had an unusual beginning.
The tournament ground is the temperamental Pacific Ocean, sometimes bright and gusty, other times weather like today, fog and light breeze. Officials on the committee boat start the first race of the Congressional Cup.
Match racing wasn't a big popular sport. Long Beach really led the way.
We had lots of help. Arthur Knapp was a real pal. Harry Anderson, New York Yacht Club.
Well, my name is Barney Flam, and my first Congressional Cup experience was in 1965 when I got a call from Don Leadham, who said, "We're putting on a match racing event. We'd like to invite you."
Barney Flam, representing the Santa Monica Yacht Club, has one of his toughest races at the start against the East Coast representative from Larchmont, New York, Arthur Knapp from Sheboygan. Flam, a well-known skipper on the West Coast, is racing the skipper of the America's Cup Weatherby.
We had a number of Cal 40 owners that were interested. As a result, we decided to use the Cal 40s.
In those days, the Cal 40 was a new boat, and they tried to have one representative from each yacht club. It was quite informal.
The early years, the crews seemed to be more interested in getting to beat each other and pulling shenanigans on each other and things of that sort.
Jerry Driscoll sets the crew to work. The Blue Marlin seems sluggish, something dragging. They put a man over, but it's too late. The first start is coming up. They settle down.
They used to have us racing from the 10-minute gun. You would have two competing teams, in the starting area at the same time. So it got to where people were maneuvering for position maybe 20 minutes before your start. And of course the crews got pretty tired.
Willis Boyd comments on his boat.
I believe my boat is one of the heaviest in the group, as I have the only raised deck and I have quite a bit of equipment aboard.
At that point in time, we took the position that anything you could do to make the boat go faster was okay.
They had different sails, they had different weights, different options on the boat, and they weren't equal.
And as a result, Jerry Driscoll from San Diego was in a position to make a very, very fast Cal 40.
Jerry Driscoll won the first 2 Congressional Cups without losing a race.
I remember way back, Barney Flam was the guy we took out on the very first Cattleman 38s. And 10 Long Beach Yacht Club members bought those boats with the condition that they make them available to the club for Con Cup.
When we had the Catalina 38s, we sailed those boats with the bow pulpit and stern pulpit and lifelines, and they overhung the boat, and in the close racing, they would frequently get bent out of shape a bit.
My job, when I was 20-something, was to support this program, be here when they needed spare parts.
Jerry would be down here at 7 o'clock the next morning, and that's maybe an hour and a half drive with whatever parts we needed to put the boats back together to get going.
Bruce Brown was working his way up to become chair, and Bruce and I were having lunch upstairs and said, there's got to be a better way to do this than taking privately owned boats. Every year, turning them into one design boats, just is a struggle. We actually built one prototype boat and brought it down here one year, tooled the boat, built the boat, launched the boat, brought it down to look at, and a couple of key sailors said, that's close, but it's just not it. So we chucked it and started with a new boat.
As a result of that, he learned what they wanted to do when they built the 37s to make the boat bulletproof.
Yachting has been very good to Catalina Yacht, and I felt that I wanted to do something to show my appreciation from Catalina Yachts. I realized that the Congressional Cup was something of the future, so we designed the 37-footer.
Through the generosity of Mr. Butler, he gave us 11 beautiful yachts to run the event.
They held up well, and they still look very contemporary, even though they're now 20 years old, which I think is a real testament to the design of these boats.
Since we got the 37s, it has been a boat really based upon the talent and expertise of the skipper and crew rather than the design of the boat.
Finally, I started getting more talented people.
Well, one of the great things about the Congressional Cup, of course you want to perform well on the water, but it's essential if you're a skipper to have a really good speech at the dinner.
Good evening again, everyone. It's great to be invited back again this year. I enjoyed myself so much 2 years ago that in the last 2 years I spent about 18 months in the United States, so I'm kind of getting happier and happier. I'm thrilled to be here. The Long Beach Yacht Club has done such a terrific job with this event over the years.
It's great. I really came back. I was surprised by the invitation because I haven't been very active lately, and this is really a top-notch league for America's Cup or Australia Cup hopefuls, and I'm kind of a has-been. But it's better to be a has-been than it never was. And one good thing about the Congressional Cup is nobody from overseas has ever won it yet, and even if they do, they're not going to be able to take it home.
A couple days ago, I had lunch with Ted Turner, and that was the good news. The bad news is, that some of the people here really know how to sail, and they're at the top of the sport. And I understand that, Harold Cudmore is one of the best paid professionals, and he makes $100 for an event like this.
Dennis was worried about the age problem, but Dennis, don't worry. Ted and you and I don't look so bad when we compare ourselves with a jury. As Dennis said, there's no free lunches. I'm about to pay for that one.
Now, you're one of the judges. What do the judges do here at Congressional Cup? You're out on the water, I think, in the judges' boat. What do you look at out there?
Well, Phil, the one thing that we're looking for is to see that the committee is doing the job that it should be doing. And the principal thing that the judges are involved with is to see that every competitor gets a fair break.
There's a collision right there. Boats touched, and Cudmore's pointing again to his protest flag and saying, I'm doing it again.
Prior to umpiring, we would have these god-awful protests, and there'd be arguments. And I'll never forget one year, I think Dennis Conner had 4 or 5 protests against Ted Turner in the same race. And these protests went on for hours and hours. And at the end, in the men's room, Turner and Conner had some very sharp words exchanged with each other.
And the two of them go out, and Arthur Knapp on the committee goes out. Well, Arthur comes back in, and we said, Arthur, what did you do? He said, I grabbed them both by the scruff of the neck, banged their heads together, and said, any more of this, and we're going to throw you out of the series.
And watching that, and having been on one of the boats, I realized that this is flawed, and the press is there, it's no good. What we need are umpires, just like we have in any other sport. And the Long Beach Yacht Club was one of the first to get umpiring going in a formal way that actually counted. And that was so successful that when Tom Eamon became the executive director of the America's Cup for the '92 Cup match, they instituted umpiring for the America's Cup, and it was a real breakthrough, and it made for instant justice because we didn't have to sit through the protest.
Welcome to the Long Beach Yacht Club, home of the Ficker Cup, the all-important qualifying series to determine the final competitor spot available in next week's Congressional Cup, the most prestigious Grade 1 match race in the United States.
The Ficker Cup is a good breeding ground for the younger sailors. And we've seen some pretty good people come up through the ranks.
2 legs later, and the story is still the same. Simone Federese and crew have won the Ficker Cup and have earned a spot in the Congressional Cup.
I think one of the nifty things about the Congressional Cup is there's a wide range of ages of people that have actually won that regatta or been in the top 3. So in a nice way, the Congressional Cup connects the generations.
My name's Rod Davis. I've competed both as a skipper and a crew, something in the range of 15 times.
This is Congressional Cup number 13 as a skipper and 15 in total. Yeah, I just can't stay away, I guess.
My name is Steve Flam. I've done 27 Con Cups, and I've seen the whole evolution of the event.
You know, it's actually, the rest of the sport's kind of evolved around it.
I grew up, reading about Dave Perry into the Rods and the Dennises and the Turners. It was match racing in this country, so that's pretty nice heritage for that event to have.
The Congressional Cup was the king of all the match racing events. It always has been.
Back then we raced offshore. Of course, the racing's back along the pier now, so that's a big difference. And the format's changed. Now we do round robins and then knockouts.
The Catalina 37s were a big step forward. It was very even boats across the field, and the boats were ideally suited for match racing.
It's still 10 great teams. They want to do well, but they also want to make sure they respect the Congressional Cup.
As I got into match racing, Con Cup always stood out there as one of those famous ones I'd heard about. So to actually go out there and finally win it was pretty special.
Fortunate enough to win the Congressional Cup twice, 2 of the biggest moments in my sailing career.
Winning is special, and getting to go to the dinner and getting your crimson blazer was something I always remember.
It has all come down to this, the final match here in the Congressional Cup.
So the finals the year that I won was really unusual. I'm sure there's not another one like it.
This match is getting closer and closer. Law keeps tacking just in front.
Yeah, a couple of years ago we had a great race with Dean Barker and his guys.
The last time these two faced each other in the finals of a match race, it was the America's Cup. Coots went on to win. This time Barker wants a chance at him.
It was a one-race final because we had run out of time on the last day.
The final leg was going to determine the Congressional Cup.
Led around the top mark and split our spinnaker, and Dennis Durgan passed us down the run.
The wind was, uncharacteristically shifty.
The breeze is shifting 180 degrees. Both spinnakers are collapsing, and we're halfway down the run to the finish.
We were still behind, but those guys turned and sailed off For the big right-hand shift, it wasn't there anymore.
I think there were more black flags thrown in that final maybe than in history.
You know, unfortunately for us, we couldn't quite get in front in that race, and Dean and his guys won.
So it was obviously very nice to go out and beat Russell in the final. It was Moose's 4th win, and he'd managed to do that in 4 different decades, so it was quite a special moment.
I think it was after the second race, one of the people who were in charge just came up alongside and said, you do realize you do not have your damage deposit anymore, right? It's like, yeah, we understand, sorry about that.
Do I have a favorite story that I can tell you on film here?
Yeah, we have a lot of great memories, but of course the year when we won was a special year for us.
We're going up the last beat, last race. Every time we tack, we hear this kind of brrr, boom. Somebody's a bottle of rum in one of the back lazarettes. That was pretty much gone by the time we hit the shore.
So I remember going underneath the fireboat with the spray. I remember Katie Banks giving us some champagne at the dock.
I remember guys jumping off the spreaders into the water, people in the water, hats in the water, women in the water.
Francesco Bruni, you've done it. After finishing second in the Congressional Cup last year, you have come from behind. The Congressional Cup is now yours.
We are completely drunk. I repeat myself, completely drunk.
And I vaguely remember going up on stage.
Well, the first time I slipped on the Crimson Blazer, it's a little bit of a blur.
I looked up and Rat, one of my crew members, name says it all, he was doing stage dives off the bar.
And Ted shows up and he's got 12 trumpeters with long trumpets with flags under the bottom.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I've never swung off a chandelier in Long Beach, but not to say it didn't happen. We were certainly having a good time.
We actually lost Jerry Kirby for 2 days after that. And nobody knew where he was. He got lost in the airport, and I think he's been found today, but I'm not 100% sure.
And then I remember waking up on an aeroplane in Chicago and the stewardess knocking me on the shoulder saying, "Sir, you have to get off the plane now and clean your mess up."
We've got a few stories, you know, about being taken out by the hostesses, and then the next day we've got no idea where the car is. I won't mention any names. Susan Mackenbach.
Now, we were in the jacuzzi till 2 o'clock in the morning and sailing the next day.
The members know that the sailors are there to not only race but have a good time, and certainly in Long Beach I've enjoyed many good times.
And looking back on it now, it's still very special, and the people that sail with me, I see the pictures of them, and they're friends to this day.
For sure, a great achievement to win here. This is a so prestigious event. When you have a look at the list of the past winners, you have only big stars of the match racing. So really, it's amazing to have now Mathieu Richard on this list.
I felt very privileged to have been included, and having a chance to win the event really launched my America's Cup career.
It's gone down in history as being one that you have to go to.
In his next match, all guns are blazing. 2 flags! The penalty is offset. Now Bruni has to tack. What a move! Richard drops his Hetzel and goes head to win with a bow. The teams are going to go head to win with the spinnakers up and spin around as Federace meets Brady on starboard. Meanwhile, downwind sparks are flying. Penalty for Minoprio, head to win. Spinnakers up in the air, Hetzel's in the water. It's now a dead standstill. We've been sitting here for 2 minutes flat. Bruni pulls off a job just inches from the pier, less than a minute to go.
That
was ridiculous. 2 blue flag. Folks, the penalty goes to Coots. Law has tacked. Effectively, he can't finish the turn. They are now past the finish line on the outside. Coots is tacked. Now Law's got his bow in there. Wham! Another collision. And they're hitting the committee boat. 2 flags for Coots. All Law has to do is bear away to win this race, while Russell Coots spins yet another circle.
I think the Congressional Cup is special because of the history of it. You know, it's been around for a long time. Many great sailors have participated in the regatta.
For me, and any sailor that goes and competes at the Congressional Cup, you know it's going to be first rate from start to finish, and that itself says something about the quality of the competition, quality of the people at the Long Beach Yacht Club and the organization that they set up, and finally the quality of the racing. We've seen a lot of match races in the United States come and go, but the Congressional Cup has always been the stalwart event.
We have 1,000 regular members, we have 110 associate members, and we are extremely proud of our legacy. We're very proud of what we're doing.
All right, I'm back on the pier again. As we're getting closer to going racing, I've got a very special guest, someone I'm interested to talk to. This is Jordan Rees, the coach of Cole Tapper's team from Australia. Jordan, welcome to the Congressional Cup. How you doing?
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. It's great to be back in Long Beach and, yeah, enjoying my time here so far.
So on a team like this, are you their sailing coach back home? I don't care what qualifies you as the coach, but what is your role as the coach in the team?
So, yeah, back at Sydney, I'm the head coach for the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia. So everyone on our team has come through our youth sailing academy. So we really promote youth sailors between the ages of 13 to 25. So these guys have been with me now for about 5 or 6 years and seen them all the way through their match racing careers from their first grade 5 all the way up here to the World Match Racing Tour.
So you're probably a little bit of a regular, if you will, on the match racing tour yourself, right? How often do you travel with the team?
Every regatta that they go to, I will also attend, which is fantastic. Yeah, we get great support from our host club. But yeah, it's our second time here at the Congressional Cup. I was thankfully on board last year with Cole, but this year we've got a slightly new team. He's had a great season so far. The entire team's had a great season, winning the Youth Worlds as well as the Governor's Cup and fitting in an America's Cup campaign at the same time there. So yeah, looking for a great result this week so far. We've had a good start. We've just got to finish it off, hopefully.
So walk me through, what do you do to coach them? You're obviously not on the water. We did see Taylor Canfield's on the water, and he'll go between matches with their team. Do you talk to them between matches? Do you give them little tips of things you see or don't see? How does that aspect of coaching work out here?
Yeah, so basically this week I'm on the pier here, so it's great to get that visual just from a higher angle out in the racetrack, but I speak to the guys after each race, and we're just looking for all those finer details. We're down to that 1% level at coaching right now for these guys, so it's giving them a lot of the tactics, looking at the weather as well. But anything that I can see off the boat to maybe help them go a little bit quicker around the racetrack and come down to decision making, that's where, again, those 1%ers come from and how we can get those points on the board. But yeah, we speak after every race. We have a big debrief at the end of the day. There's obviously a lot of footage that I can get from the top of the pier. And then obviously today, yesterday and tomorrow, having this live coverage, again, it's another tool that we can go through and really analyse where we made the mistakes and where we can make gains as well.
And so one of the things I've talked to some of the sailors this week about is, what kind of maneuvers do you practice? I mean, obviously, tacks and sets and jibes, etc., but we see so many of these dial-up situations. We see situations where you're trying to force someone over early along the pier here. What kind of weird maneuvers do you do in these bigger, heavier boats here in Long Beach, specifically with the pier in play?
Yeah, so it's really unique here having a pier come into the pre-start game. So back in Sydney, before we came over here, we were very fortunate that we got some 38-footers as well and did a really big training camp on those. And basically we set up the pier and we just set up some plays basically, so we know exactly the time on distance, when we want to use the pier, when we don't want to use the pier. But again, as well, with the Catalina 37s here, they're big boats, they're heavy boats. So having the spinnakers in the pre-start as well, that's something different that we don't usually do with the smaller boats that we use back in Sydney. So really knowing when to use them and get that spinnaker up and drawing just so we can get some better speed out of the boat in the pre-start. It's been a big game changer this week.
And that's something that I'm always in awe. As a very amateur level sailor, when I sail on our Wednesday team, just hoisting the spinnaker sometimes is a task in itself. And these guys will do it 3 times in a pre-start sometimes. I mean, how do you keep the team in tip-top shape? And obviously it's up to the individual sailors, but what kind of training do you guys do to make sure that they've got the wind strength and the arm strength to do that multiple times on these boats?
Yeah, so again, back at home, a lot of the guys will be in the gym a couple of times a week as well. But basically with match racing, they're all used to these long days now on the water. So in between the races, it's about managing that fatigue, particularly for the bow and the pitman. So they get a bit of a break between the races, particularly when we're doing our time runs and just getting some data for the back of the boat. But yeah, it's just about managing that fatigue when you're out in the water here.
Okay, and so tell me about the different locations you guys have been lucky enough to sail around the world. Is there anyone else that has heavy boats like this? Is this the only spot on the tour right now?
On the tour it is. We have one more event in Perth, Western Australia, the Warren Jones Regatta. They have Foundation 36s, so similar to the Catalinas, we don't have the dip pole on the wheel. They've got a tiller and sailed with 5 people. But yeah, another big boat that we get to compete in each year. But the guys, yeah, they have a very fortunate lifestyle, I have to say. last year in particular, look, we were in Barcelona for, as I said, the Youth Americas Cup. We were then in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia for the Youth World Championship. We're here each year in July down in Balboa Yacht Club for the Governor's Cup. And again, then we've got another circuit in Australia, so we go around to all our capital cities across to New Zealand. And the guys also went to Bermuda last year for the World Match Racing Tour for the Gold Cup. So, yeah, a lot of places around the world, a lot of interesting boats and people we get to meet. And, yeah, it's always great to come back to a new the same location we can.
And if you could tell me what is your favorite place, obviously I know it's Long Beach because of how well we host, but what's the most fun place to sail and coach these guys around the world? Where's your favorite place to go year in and year out if you get the chance to?
I would say, well, for us year in, year out, it's Perth. And again, just because it is the big boats. With the Congressional Cup here, again, we've had a couple of teams come across here to compete. Harry Price for a number of years. Cole's following in his footsteps now. So this is becoming a regular for us, which is fantastic, and we're always looking to come back here. But any location which has got those big boats, we've got 5 people on board, you've got to actually manhandle them around the race course. It's a lot more fun than the Elite 7s we've got it back at home.
Very cool. So we've got one more match left here in the round robin. Cole's near the top. My results are somewhere around here. We look at this thing. Cole is up near the top. What's the advice here against Nicole Brault? Because she just came hot off a win. She picked up another win yesterday. I know that she wants to end this thing on a positive. As probably most of the teams that don't have a chance to keep going, it's still a light breeze. And I know they want to get at least this race done today. What is the advice to Cole Tapper? This is a must-win race. He doesn't want to be in a situation where he takes a loss at the end here. What's the advice going forward?
Yeah, look, Cole's he's put himself in some pretty tricky positions in the past in the match racing regattas. Not to lie, being a coach, he gets my heart rate going far too high than it should be. But look, I've said to the guys, the best way that they sail is just cool, calm and collected. Take it one tack at a time, one leg at a time. Look, as you said, it's really light here, so it's really going to be focusing on keeping the boat moving, particularly in the pre-start, rather than positioning. But just staying calm, yeah. Nicole's had a really good second half of the regatta. She's picking up each race, and she's had a win early this morning, smashed Hansen actually. So it's going to be a tough race. But the guys just need to take a breath and look, enjoy the experience as well. That's a big thing as well for the younger guys. They've had a great week so far. It's one race to go. There's 2 positions, 3 people fighting for it. It's going to be a lot of fun for everyone here on the pier. Not so fun for coaching unless we get the W. So we'll see how we go.
All right, well, I hope that you and the team are still racing when it counts tomorrow. I thank you for coming. And if there's anyone you guys want to thank, I think I'll give you a chance to shamelessly plug some sponsors, if you will, because you guys are racing all around the world. We're broadcasting live to the world right now on YouTube.
Yeah, no, really big shout out to our home yacht club, the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia. As I said, they do a fantastic job of promoting youth match racing, and they've been particularly supportive of this team over the last 12 months. They have a fantastic program down there. We're really looking forward to our 80th Rolex Sydney Hobart at the end of the year. Really big thanks to the CYCA and all the support they've given to Cole and the other youth sailors over the 30 years now that we've been running the Youth Academy.
All right, well, thank you so much. We're going to cut to some ads. We'll be right back with the brains behind the World Match Racing Tour, James Pleasance. I'm excited to hear what he's got in store for the rest of the season. We'll be right back here live at day number 4 of the 60th Annual Congressional Cup.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors will soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
All right, so I'm back here on the pier with Zach West again, and we've got a special guest, James Pleasance. James, welcome here to the booth with us today, huh?
Afternoon. Thank you for having me.
So is this the windiest day you've had on the World Match Racing Tour this year?
Well, we were just saying we had the tour final in China of last year in December, and we would if we'd have had this much wind, I think we'd have been quite thankful. We didn't have a lot of wind for that particular event, so yeah, it's a bit light today, but all the sources tell us we're going to have breeze this afternoon, so I'm hopeful.
All right, well, I brought Zach in on this discussion because I want to let one of the racers who's actually chasing the World Tour put a couple of earworms in your ear to things they might want to have happen here. But before I let him go through that, will you let us know what the World Match Racing Tour is and how you determine which events are of which caliber?
Well, that's a big question. Well, first I should say it's great to be back here in Long Beach. What a special event here this week, 60th anniversary, and it's also our 25th anniversary
that's right.
of the World Match Racing Tour. And that makes us, well, as we have been all the time, the longest running professional global series in sailing. So we're very proud of that. We were founded in 2000 by bringing together a group of like-minded match racing events, including this one. And that formed what was originally called the Swedish Match Grand Prix Sailing Tour, and now the World Match Racing Tour. So 25 years here, and got a bit of catching up to do for the 60th, but so far so good.
Yeah, so circle me back to this. So how do you guys, and this is for the people at home that don't know anything about the tour, right? How do you guys determine which races are Grand Prix events, which ones are which stage? I know you work with World Sailing, am I correct there? And kind of walk us through how that part of the series or championship works.
Yeah, we work with World Sailing. We're what's called a special event of World Sailing. And we have been since 2006, so we're endorsed by them. And the winner of the World Match Racing Tour is actually the official match racing world champion, which is a world sailing title, which we kind of license from World Sailing and manage and award. And so that's our association with World Sailing. How do we put the tour together? This year we've got 15 events on the tour on two categories, what we call like a major events, if you like. If I draw a parallel with another sport, if you look at tennis, for example, you've got the US Open, the French Open, the Australian Open, Wimbledon, not far from my home, back in the UK. And they're like the major events. And then you have the lesser level tournaments. And we're the same on the tour. So this event and our event in Sweden in July, and the Bermuda Gold Cup in October, and our final in China, and also our new event this year, which Zach sailed in Macau, just across the water from Hong Kong, are our majors, if you like, and we call them the World Championship level events. And then we have a series around 10 or so level 2 events, if you like, and we call them World Tour events. And they still form part of the tour, so sailors, when they race on those events, they still get points from those events, but less points than the major events.
The big events, yeah.
What makes a World Championship level event? Well, you've only got to look around at the level and quality of this event, the hospitality, the prize money that's awarded at this event, and the facilities that are provided to the sailors in terms of housing and food and what have you. That's really where we look at to decide where the difference between the two levels of events.
Understood. So Zach, explain to us how it works when you go to other events around the world and how involved they are. And something I've learned from racing other types of motorcycles and whatnot is a lot of times when you go to events, it's a totally different nightmare when you get there. There's no organization. Nothing lines up the same. And I think that's probably why it's important to have an organization like yourself that can dictate how the prize money works and how the invites happen, et cetera. So walk us through, and it's your chance here to grill the guy here. What is it like going to these different events around the world with their involvement?
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, I came from a laser background where everything was kind of like
this is the event, and you just got to figure it out. Whereas the World Match Racing Tour is very different. It kind of like, what we do is we put a request for invitation, and they kind of figure out who are the best skippers and who do they want to compete at these regattas. From there, we may or may not get an entry. Hopefully, we'll get some entries this year. And what happens is that they kind of tell us, like, hey, this is the event. This is where you have to be. This is the max weight limit. They give us an idea of how many crew we're looking at, what kind of boats we do. And what's really cool is we actually get to use these boats before the regatta starts. So we have usually a practice day where we can then use the boats. We go out training. We go versus other teams in a kind of low-stress environment. So we bring our practice from home into the real thing and then just, give it a full shot on the tour. And what's really cool is that there's this tour event, or tour leaderboard. So what happens is that we get, as James kind of said before, there's different points you can get for different regattas depending on your placing and depending on the grading of the regatta as well. So for me, as a skipper, I'm trying to get into those major events. Bermuda, Sweden are the last kind of ones on the tour. So if we can get to those, then we'll get more points, and hopefully we end up in the final in Shenzhen a little bit later.
I should add that it's not me that decides who comes to these events.
I was going to come to that, please.
Contrary to popular belief, I'm not. It's not a case of who do we bribe to get on the tour. I don't decide who sails on the tour, and that's the beauty of the tour. It's all done through ranking, and it's driven largely by the World Sailing ranking. The World Sailing has a global match race ranking, and so Zach can sail in events all over the world that may or may not be part of the tour, and that'll improve his world ranking. And they work the rankings out over 2 years. They take your best, correct me if I'm wrong, 4 results, from the last 2 years, if that makes sense. And that gives you your global ranking. So an event like this will look at the rankings and start from the top and go, let's get the best ranked sailors here. So I don't actually decide.
So you don't have to do the hard part. That's the important thing amongst the sailors group, right?
That said, I've had a few calls when people say, well, how much do we need to pay? And it's always interesting conversations, but we've never done that. And it's always, it's decided through a ranking system. Some of the events will have qualifiers. I mean, a lot of them will have qualifiers. So here they have the FICA Cup. So that gives an opportunity for teams to enter those events and qualify for a spot at the World Championship events, which increases, broadens the opportunity to get into these events. And some of the events will have local wildcards. And what I mean by that, if I take China as an example, we allowed them to have a local Chinese team, which is interesting for the local media. And what was interesting about that is they'd never done it before. So they ran a whole qualifying event series in China the 6 months before the event, which was supported by the government, the Chinese Yachting Association. They'd never done it before. And so that was a good way of getting them to develop sailing and match racing in China. And they're doing that again this year.
And I mentioned this to you. I watched a lot of the China footage, and it was pretty amazing how into it, marketing-wise, they got, and the photos. And it was such a beautiful production there. I think that's great for the tour and great for you as you help promote this thing.
They did it
really good.
Yeah, they did it well, thanks. The venue was challenging. It was right in the center of Shenzhen city, which is 40-something million people. It's a huge city, and they were determined to do the event right in the city so that people could see spectators could come and see. And it really is an amphitheater event. The downside is there's not a great deal of breeze there, so it was a little disappointing. But we had a couple of good days, and when the breeze came in, it was fabulous. And to your point, the Chinese, if you've ever been there, I mean, they don't hold back on their production of stages, drone shows, LEDs, fireworks. I mean, you name it. I mean, they are, and a lot of the actually a lot of the screens and lights and things that they use are even made in Shenzhen, so they're pretty well
cool.
resourced down there. Yeah, they did a pretty impressive show for those that watched it.
Very cool. Well, before we run out of time, I want to switch gears. We talked last year about the women's match racing tour, right? Explain to us where that is and how things are going with that for you guys.
Yeah, thanks. We're really excited about that. So the women's World Match Racing Tour, we started in 2022, sort of after the pandemic. There had been a series around prior to that called the WIM Series, the Women's International Match Racing Series, and we came together to relaunch and rebrand it as the Women's World Match Racing Tour, as a side tour, not a side tour, but a tour under the same family tree of the World Match Racing Tour. And we're now in our fourth year of the Women's Tour, We will be going to San Francisco at the end of May, and Annapolis, and then to Sweden. Now in Sweden this year, we're going to run both the World Match Racing Tour and the Women's World Match Racing Tour in the same week, which is great fun. We're going to do that again in Bermuda in October. This year they have a new title sponsor for the women's series that are contributing prize money as well, which is great. It's going well. You know, we're trying to build the tour. We're trying to attract some partners and investors and sponsors to the women's tour. It's a hugely relevant part of the sport at the moment. Since we launched the tour in 22, we've had just under 500 female sailors, women's sailors, come through the tour.
Good for you guys. Wow.
We're the only all-female global series in the sport of sailing. And so I think we've got all the ingredients to really build it. And so if anyone's in San Francisco at the end of May, come and see us at the St. Francis Yacht Club.
Very cool. Yeah, that will be a fun one up there. It's windy up that way, right? What kind of boats they sail?
It gets pretty windy. They sail J22s there. They're a bit smaller than here. They have crews of 4. And for those that know San Francisco, the sailing is right in front of the St. Francis Yacht Club. And they have a beautiful terrace there where you can, the viewing's as close as it is here, with the backdrop of the Golden Gate Bridge. It really is, it's spectacular. And yeah, it can get quite windy.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the prize at this year's event is the same as last year. Instead of a cash prize, it's a week in a eco lodge in Mexico.
Interesting. Okay.
The details of which I won't go into, but it's pretty exciting.
Very cool.
So we've got a full roster of teams racing there, and then there's a couple of days between there and the Annapolis event called the Santa Maria Cup, which has been running for many years. So we'll have all the teams flying west to east for the Santa Maria Cup.
Very cool. So if you're watching us live right now on YouTube or you're listening on the pier, we're still in a bit of a holding pattern. The wind is very light today. We have completed one flight, and the interesting fact is that the 3 teams that were vying to earn their way into the semifinals all lost in that last flight, Zach. I've got Zach West here, right? I've got James Pleasance from the World Match Racing Tour. Zach races on the tour, is an up-and-coming racer that raced really well last week and just missed the cut. What I've learned is you are from Great Britain, living full-time in Australia now, right?
Yep.
Tell me, do you guys have, and I've got a couple more questions for you, but it's going to segue here. Do you guys see that a predominant number, or do you track where the sailors come from? And I say that because you look at our teams, we've got American teams and Australian teams, and from all around the world here, right? But there's a lot of racers from Australia. I feel like that's the place to sail sailboats, is it not?
Yeah, it's interesting. So what's special about Australia, particularly from living in other countries and competing around Europe, is that we have this wonderful sea breeze that really kicks in during the summer times. And when it's not kicking, it kicks most days out of the week. And when that doesn't come through, and it's coming through at like something like 15 to 20 knots every time in the afternoon. And sometimes in the winter, we have the reverse sea breeze effect. So then suddenly we go from racing in the afternoon to racing at, 6 or 7 a.m. in the morning just to get that morning breeze. And I think the consistency on water and also the variety of conditions that we get kind of breed some really cool sailors because we just have the access. Like other countries, you think of the northern countries in Europe, they can only sail for a couple of months of the year. So we're pretty lucky where we are.
And do you have a rebuttal to that, James?
Yeah, no, not a rebuttal. I agree with it. There's traditionally the sport has seen some of its strongest sailors out of the southern hemisphere, Australia and New Zealand, right through the tour and right up to the America's Cup. And I think you were talking to Jordan just before me, and I've run events with Jordan down there, and I've had the pleasure of seeing his whole setup at the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia. They run a fantastic operation there year-round with their youth academy, which I know Jordan's been working on for years and running for years. We actually ran the World Match Racing Tour final there in 2022. Now, they've got a matched fleet of Elliott boats, which they use year-round for youth sailing, youth programs, international events. And, that really breeds, correct me if I'm wrong, Jack, that really, breeds, tomorrow's champions. And the same in New Zealand, certainly out of the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. I know they've got a brand new fleet of Elliots that were, I think, donated or contributed by the New Zealand America's Cup team. And they run a very comprehensive youth program there. And we're trying to see if we can get other countries to replicate that. Because it's obviously proven successful, and you've only got to look at, like you say, the number of Kiwi and Aussie sailors that are here and all, at all our other events as well.
Well, before I ask my last question, I will say it is my hope, that we see more and more sailors coming out of Long Beach, our community here in Southern California. Just like last night, the Junior Congressional Cup. We saw Otto Wenner take the win last night with a teammate from Bernson's team. It was Pete Nichols, and I heard that he's a world champion sailor himself, so they had some help on board that boat. But my very last question for you before we get back into hopefully maybe some more sailing. I see the boats tooling around out there.
Think about it.
My last question is, how much money do you guys give away on a yearly basis within the World Match Racing Tour? And I'm putting you on the spot. You can make up a number. No one will know the difference. But realistically, I know there's $75,000 up for grabs this weekend at the Congressional Cup.
Yeah.
How does that work throughout the year? Do you guys keep metrics on that?
So previously, when we had a title sponsor of the tour, and I'm hoping we'll have another one soon, we would have a tour bonus as well. And the annual prize money across the tour was just under $1.5 million. And since 2000, when we founded the tour, if you add up all of the prize money from each of our event partners and the sponsors that we had and the bonuses we put in, the total amount of cash prize money that's gone to sailors since we launched is just under $25 million US. And so
that's incredible.
You know, if we've done nothing else, we've made a few sailors very wealthy. We had the first ever $1 million World Final in 2016 in Marstrand, which Phil Robertson won. It was a pretty good week in the office for him.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, we don't have a title sponsor of the tour at the moment, so the prize money is less, but there's still very strong prize money at each of the events. So we've got here, and then in Sweden and in Bermuda at similar levels to here. What's really interesting with the Women's World Match Racing Tour is we're starting to see new sponsors on the Women's Tour and with prize money, and the goal being to match the prize money of the tour, because it's all about, you know, keeping it equal and trying to raise the Women's Tour to the same level in terms of financial.
Well, right on. I'm here with James Pleasance. He's not just some famous guy that comes to town once a week.
Not famous.
He is working his tail off, promoting sailing around the world, helping yacht clubs like our own operate at a professional level, bringing the best sailors in with him. I thank you as a member of Long Beach Yacht Club. I really thank you for the work you do, and I know how hard you work, so I will make sure one of my friends knows that. So thanks to James Pleasance. Zach, any parting words for him as you try to get on some of these big events next year?
Yeah, any advice to try and get into these double point regattas?
Yes, we'll see you in the bar. Let's go chat.
That sounds good.
All right,
Thanks for having us.
Check out some footage. We are going to be the home of the 2028 Olympics right here at the Veterans Memorial Pier. We've got a quick clip for you. Hopefully by the time that's done, we're ready to go racing. We're here. We've got one flight left. We do not know who the top 4 teams will be. We know Poole and Monin are in. 2 teams left to be decided. We'll be right back, hopefully racing here in Long Beach.
I'm Laura Dowd. I'm the city auditor for the city of Long Beach. It's really nice to feel all the enthusiasm and passion for sailing. I'm excited about Long Beach and our natural conditions, our beautiful water, our beautiful weather, and we're just set up for a world-class event like the Olympics, and we're really grateful to be sailing on the same waters as the Olympics will be here shortly, so I'm very excited. Well, it really brings together the community spirit, the passion for the sport, the passion for community, and this is really a world-class destination to bring other countries together to be here, right here in Long Beach, and this unified effort to be one.
Morning, Randy Smith, Principal Race Officer for the 2025 Congressional Cup. The job normally starts, several months before the event, and I am in charge of a team of about a dozen people on the water, 3 or 4 signal boat, a couple mark set boats, bosun. What's the most challenging thing? I would say just being prepared every day. I mean, I'm very good at preparation, but there's so many things in a sailing event that you can't control: the weather, boat breakdowns, that sort of thing. So we do run into curveballs every day, every event. So just having a contingency plan ready to go for whatever curveball we get hit with. I still do a lot of sailing and actually navigating the boat on Transpac this year. So I'm like a weather freak, I guess I would call myself. I'm looking at the weather all the time. We're fortunate in Long Beach, we have very predictable weather normally, so applying the daily weather to the racing schedule is usually pretty easy. So I'm always sharing with the competitors what I'm looking at on the weather, what apps I'm using. Sailing in my 15th Transpac this year, and 2019 I was a crew member aboard the Santa Cruz 70 OEX, and second night out we had a rudder failure and the boat sank in the middle of the night, about 25 knots of reef. Get into life rafts and sit out there for a while, and Hiwacket ended up coming up, picking us up and rescuing us. So yeah, that's the clear-cut winner in my sailing career. Wishing, we had a great group of 10 teams here this year, so I'm wishing all the teams good luck, and we'll see you out on the water.
My name is Dr. Karen Block. I'm a chiropractor athletic trainer. We've been working with the sailors in the Long Beach Yacht Club, especially with the Congressional Cup, for the past 5 years. We are a brick and mortar on wheels, so everything here is everything we have in our office, plus some. So we have compression, which is a Normatec that we use, so it's nice to flush out the legs. We also have our hyperbaric oxygen therapy. So this is 1.3 ATA, this is a soft-sided chamber, but when you go inside, you lay in, and then you have the oxygen concentrator that's 90%. And so when you lay in, a little pressure and a little oxygen goes a long way, so it compresses. So it's kind of like the Normatec, but your full body. We also do soft tissue work. We do full body. We are chiropractors, but that doesn't mean that we do chiropractic at an event, because we treat chiropractic very carefully and thorough. So normally we do nerve tracing technique, which is our own technique that we do. So we trace nerves on the body. So especially with posture, we work on the neck and the low back, and we trace nerves. And so it's a different technique, but we have what's called shockwave over here. So this is acoustic. And what this does is it breaks up adhesions with vibration. A lot of people know what an ultrasound unit is. Well, this is ultrasound. It's times 100, and so it actually goes in and breaks up adhesions. Wonderful for chronic conditions and anything that you want to, like, we trace the nerve. Can do cupping, we can do IVs, it can do cold plunge, a class 4 laser. This is called a cutting edge. It's not a hot laser, but it works at 2 different wavelengths, one for acute and one for chronic. Good luck racing this weekend. We wish you the best of luck, and anyone at the pier, please come see us. We'd love to treat you.
Hello, welcome to Argonne and the Snow Family House. Come on in. This is our dining room where we have lots of fun dinners when our sailors are in town. Here in the kitchen is where a lot of great times happen. We just had some sailors cooking in here this morning, doing their meal plans. The sink is full of martini glasses that are getting washed from last night's espresso martinis. I have all of our coffees. I have our breakfast bars and sunscreens. In here we have 2 sailors. We have Mr. Ben Lamb and Mr. Chris Steele. This is my husband, Bob, part of the tour guide system that we have here at the house for entertaining sailors. He is in and out all the time and actually has a meeting back at the Yacht Club right now. This is our family room, and this is our pup, Henry. Henry is a big part of the house, and the sailors love him. Here we'll come down the hallway. This room is Mr. Chris Main's room. Right down here is the bathroom. We've got a bunch of sailors that are using this, so I've got a lot of towels that are being washed at this time. In here is normally my son's Jack room, but for right now, it is Ted Hackney's bed, it is Ricky McGarvey's bed, and it is Taylor Canfield's bed. We have a race car simulator that all the sailors and the kids enjoy using from time to time. Right now, it's kind of over in the corner. It'll be fired up a little bit later tonight, I'm sure. That's always a good time. This is our room. This is where a lot of the magic happens. Right now, it is a staging area for some laundry, the bathroom, and sometimes if you just need a little balcony to take a breather and get away from it all, we got that right out here too. Hi, and welcome to the third floor. So up here, we have a little half bath. Where if anybody needs to use the restroom while they're relaxing up on the roof deck. We have the jacuzzi. I have to get that lid closed back up. There's a lot of fun that happens up here, and his crew are like family to us. We've been housing a lot of these guys for 11 years. Some of the guys that are here this year are our OG guys. When we were first housing people, starting in 2014, we had Keith Swinton's team. And a bunch of the guys that are staying here for this year's Con Cup were on Keith Swinton's team. It's always so fun with the airport pickups. I love going to LAX. My son has been part of this since he was 5 years old. These guys are like brothers to him. It's been such a gift to us to start housing people. It's just expanded our family so much. Kind of another fun fact is our original skipper, Keith Swinton, got married this past September, and he graciously invited us to his wedding in Marstrand, Sweden. Thank you for coming by our house today. It's been so much fun to share the wonderful experiences we have. We're very excited for the 2025 Congressional Cup with Long Beach Yacht Club. It is our favorite time of year. We're thrilled to have you guys. And go Team Hood, go all of our other friends too on all the other boats, and we'll see you guys on the pier. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Alamitos Bay Marina, home to over 1,600 boats, countless condos, Naples Island, and the Long Beach Yacht Club. Rich in yachting history, the Long Beach Yacht Club is the gateway to the water for countless activities here on Alamitos Bay. It's also the home base for the Congressional Cup's Catalina 37s. The only place in the world where you can actually race a Duffy boat, the Long Beach Yacht Club is proud to call Alamitos Bay our home. Just like we do for the Congressional Cup, we are happy to host yachtsmen from around the world and give them a small taste of what life is like here in Southern California, in Long Beach, on Alamitos Bay.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors will soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good news after what has been an incredibly long delay, and certainly a lot of on the line, a lot of people waiting to see what's going to happen in this final flight of a double round robin, not the least of which the sailors out on the water, all hoping for a spot in the semifinals. Here's a look at how things have gone so far. Chris Poole is definitely into the top 4 semifinals, 16 wins, only 1 loss. Eric Monin also has secured his spot with 12 wins and 5 losses. There is a tie between Cole Tapper and Dave Hood, and a tie between Yanni Berntsen and Bjorn Hansen. Any one of those 4 will make up the last 2 spots, and we have only 1 flight of races left to determine who that will be. As we go to live action on the water, you just heard that horn. That is the 25-minute, or rather the 5-minute signal. The first of 5 starts that'll take 25 minutes to get through, and here we go. That's the signal boat there, Randy Smith and crew, our principal race officer, running flawless races, and I'm joined by Ryan Sanders and Marilyn Cassidy here in the booth, local Long Beach Yacht Club representatives, and then, of course, Zach West, match racer from Australia, who came through the Ficker Cup. And here we go, guys. In our first match, Nicole Brault is up against Cole Tapper. Tapper is one of those teams that is tied for 3rd. He's tied with local sailor Dave Hood. You can be sure Hood will be watching this match, as will all the Long Beach Yacht Club members, as we head into the pre-start.
Since this last kind of races that we've seen on screen, we've had a massive right shift, and it started to fill in a little bit. Still a little bit patchy on the right, but that left-hand side and middle side looks really good at the moment. No cards up the pre-start so far. A bit of a change from last time.
Yeah, well, we had 1 flight this morning, and it was painfully light air and slow. Now we've got plenty of breeze to maneuver these boats. Expected to fill as we head into the dial-up. Tapper here, left of screen on starboard. Nicole Brault has to avoid the Australian team, and we're into the dial-up.
Yeah, that was almost across from Nicole coming in from the left there. Really nice job from Tapper just securing that pot. It's actually really interesting. So Cole's in a really nice spot here. He's far enough back that Nicole's not going to be able to kind of tack below and cross behind, something that we call a steel balls maneuver. But she doesn't also have the opportunity to tack in front. So he's in a really nice spot here. Nicely set up.
And coming up on the 3-minute mark, with the crowd watching live in the background of the Belmont Pier, the best seat in the house for match racing in this 60th anniversary edition of the Congressional Cup, part of the World Match Racing Tour, as you heard earlier. Brault and Tapper hitting the brakes as the clock ticks down. At some point, Brault's going to look to get out of this position, with Tapper pinning her there. Tapper looking, might be going into attack.
You can see the bowmen and bow people, I should say, on the front. They're moving the jibs left to right, and what they're trying to do is push the nose one way or the other. The idea is that the skippers have hardly any control of these boats from the helm, so what they're using is their people up the front to try and use the sails to push that bow left or right, depending on what they're trying to do. Looks like Brault's going onto port here. Maybe she thinks she can cross in front.
Actually, I think both teams haven't altered their bow, but the breeze may have just shifted a little bit left and could be forcing both boats onto a thin tack. Now it's Tapper looking to back up and perhaps fall away from this position. And Brault is going to follow suit, of course. Now as a leeward boat, Tapper has rights. And Brault will need to avoid. Minute 45 to go. Time to get back below the line, particularly if you're Nicole Brault. And remember, 4 boats are tied on 2 different ties for 3rd and 5th, and only 2 will move on. Tapper looking to be one of them in his 2nd Congressional Cup.
The wind's really lined off here. You see Tapper doing a couple of pumps there, using all of that body weight available to him to try and move that rig through the air. The idea behind that is just generating kind of some artificial wind, extra wind over the rig, with the aim to try and accelerate you. Now, the risk is that if they do this too much, they don't use it with a match of steering, then they could actually give themselves a penalty. So it's a risky move, but it's high risk, high reward.
Well, it worked. With 1 minute to go, as the teams reach over the top of the signal boat. The Belmont Pier there in the background is part of the starting box. With less than a minute to go, I'm not even sure it'll come into play in this light air as the teams bear off and set up for final approach. Tapper to the right looks to be in the advantaged position as he jives on to starboard. Brault does as well to avoid. Tapper with a little bit better speed.
Yeah, looking up the course, I definitely be wanting to go this left-hand side. The right-hand side looks very, very patchy. So I wouldn't be surprised if Tapper looks to have a start where he is to windward, so the right-hand side of the screen with a bit of space between them. If he's too close, Brel will have an advantage where usually in these kind of conditions, the leeward boat, so the boat on the left of your screen, usually has a general advantage over the boat to windward, which is the boat on the right-hand side of the screen.
So here we go, the final flight of a double round robin qualifying as we look to the semifinals with Tapper and Brault off on their way upwind.
Good gauge between the boats. I think they've both done really well, hit the line on time with speed. So it'd be interesting to see. I mean, the idea for Tapper here is to take them all the way to the ley line, and Nicole's idea is to try and burn off Tapper or throw a tack in.
Man, look at that. Those waves. That is not the time I'd want my bow person up there.
No.
When you're living tight to windward of a boat just off the starting line, and you've had a little bit of time to pack that kite.
Yeah, it looks like both boats set up for a kite in the pre-start almost, which is quite interesting. Something that we've seen in the last couple of matches, but not something that we see often on the tour.
He's not rushing up there, is he? All right, I guess we're done with that. Tapper's still there, still hanging in a windward position. Let's head back down to the pre-start for our second match. This one, very important on the points. From the right of your screen, you'll see Dave Hood entering. That's Long Beach Yacht Club's representative. On the left is Bjorn Hansen. Both of them need this win, as obviously only one will get it. So this is going to be our feature match, as one of these two teams likely to move on, or at least knock the other one out. Huge pressure for both of them. On board with Hansen in the dial-up. He's on port, has to avoid Hood, and he does.
Back now, come back.
Yeah, Hood did really well there. When he came into the starting box, what we have to do is we cross the vertical hedge, which is the line directly on the upwind, but also need to get down across the line. And what he did, he reached really well across there to stop Hansen from getting very far across the line. So it'd be interesting to see if Hood can get starboard on Hansen. It'd be interesting to see.
I thought Hansen was going to look good there, but now the boat's getting close to a collision.
Come on.
Oh! Man, no doubt about that.
So the question
a little bit more than a love tap.
Whether Hood gave Hansen enough time or enough opportunity to get out of the way. Do they always have to give them an out?
Blue flag penalty. It goes against Hansen.
Going straight. We can go back at him here in a second.
Kirk Brown, umpire expert. What happened there?
Yeah, Hansen will likely get the penalty for Rule 15. He gained the right of way, but he didn't give Hood room to keep clear.
Thank you, Kirk. So now Hansen has to start this race with a penalty if he can't offset it in the next 2 minutes, 22 seconds. As Hood goes back at him again on starboard.
Keep turning down. Don't worry about him. Just focus on me.
You see their tactician trying to calm down the boat. These high-stress scenarios, it's really important to just focus on what's happening, because you may, yes, have got a penalty, but you've still got a whole race ahead of you.
Almost close to a second one there. Hansen decides to cross. This time it works. As Hood jives in behind. And part of the game, as you know, in match racing, you get a penalty. You've got to just refocus and not worry about it, because they don't have to shed that penalty by turning anytime soon. They can do it anytime on the race course. So
really good.
Otherwise, it's back to business as usual, at least in this pre-start with a minute 38 to go.
We can lead this from here, eh? Yep, coming down, slowly down.
Christiel, the tactician on Hood's boat, deciding they're going to lead back towards the line. So as Hansen jives, they will match that move in front of their opposition, lead back towards the line. Just off the Belmont Pier. Best seat in the house for match race viewing.
Hold there, down two, come down two.
Looks like Hood's given Hansen the opportunity to try and jump him here. I wonder if he would take it.
At this point, no. Hansen making a statement that he's going to stay well to the right with gauge of his opponent. Less than a minute to go as he's off screen to the right.
Slow the turn. Hold angle there, hold angle there.
So much so that Hood's going to double tack just to close the gauge with him.
Yeah, still got a bit of time left, 45 seconds left on the clock, so still got a bit of time to kill. So who's going to try and stop Hansen from starting to win with Gage, like we saw in the last start? Now the question is, who's just done a very low speed attack, so will Hansen be able to hook him and maybe try and offset this penalty?
Big build here, big build.
Big build.
Yeah, don't worry about time. We're racing. Out on the wind, come up. Yes, come up. Come up, please, come up.
The crew calling Dave up to the line.
Jobby, come up, Dave.
Willing the boat
come
forward.
Up, come up.
Feel the tension.
Hold angle there. Angle's good.
It's going to be a good start.
Get ready to come down. Coming down now, Dave.
For Hood.
Down 3, down.
With Hansen
down,
tight to windward.
Down. Keep coming down. Hold angle there. Hold angle. Up now, slowly up, slowly up.
There's the gun.
Slowly up.
We're off.
Maisie.
Hood crosses the line, bow forward, and to leeward of Hansen, who will be forced into an immediate tack right off the line. And remember, Hansen also has to get rid of that penalty as Hood tacks with him. So early advantage to the Long Beach team.
One, and angle there, no higher. Stay fast, please.
Yeah, for sure. So Hood did really well there to try and close that gauge up. You saw Hansen try and set up for a nice boat rounding and let Paul go down the line. Paul saw straight through that and decided was like, no, I'm not going to give you that opportunity for a clean start.
Here we go, tacking in 2. 1, tacking now, Dave.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Hood tries to slam Hansen here and try and slow him down here and throw as much dirty air into him as possible.
2, 1, angle there, Dave. Angle there. Nice.
Nice move for Hood.
Yeah, double tack in these low conditions is really costly.
1, here we go, tacking now, Dave. Good, that's a good speed.
So you see Hood just tacking over, waiting for the boat to get up to speed, and then throwing his maneuver in, instead of going for it straight away like we saw with Hansen. We'll see him step up there and slowly make gains.
Hansen going back for more in this tacking duel as we continue upwind and light airs off of Long Beach. Maybe Hansen's made a little bit of a gain there, tough to tell, but no, Hood's just going to plant one right on top of him, and that hurts. Can't live there, right?
Yeah, no way. So the set move here is to always tack out of that position, but the hard thing is that if you don't have your speed up all the way, if you're doing a low speed tack, these boats weigh so much, and it's incredibly hard to get them moving, especially when they're very slow.
Well, and also, Hood can pick his moment when to tack, but Hansen, as soon as he gets that dirty air, every second he delays, he goes slower, right? So, yeah, strong position to be the leader.
Exactly. And you can kind of see on the screen here, but that right-hand side is looking very patchy. So Hood's happy to just keep Hansen going out further and further right into less and less favorable conditions.
1, angle there. Try and slow it down a little earlier.
Looks like a
not
nice
spinning the wheel at the end.
bit of pressure that Hood just tacked himself into, compared to Hansen, who looks slow, less heel angle, and
we're gaining.
Yep, they're gaining as you hear on board with Hood.
Yes, that communication there is really important. So the are we gaining and are we losing is vital. So if they start to lose out of these maneuvers, they may seem to kind of separate and give a bit more space and maybe disengage. Whereas if they're gaining, like they said here, the habit is keep going back and back and back on these guys.
1, angle, Dave. Really nice.
Chris Main calling Dave Hood through every maneuver here. You know, tactician's also a little bit like a therapist as well on these boats, kind of verbally keeping everybody calm, painting the picture, and calling the shots.
Yeah, each person has their role on the boat. They may have a tactician or trimming role, but often they have a secondary role. So sometimes even on a boat, we have a snack-tician. So we have a tactician calling, like saying which way you should go. We have a snack-tician making sure everyone's nutrition is up to standard as well. It's funny, but it's really, really important. I mean, these guys have been on the water for hours just waiting around. It's really hard to keep yourself really switched on and ready to go each race.
2, 1, och lyft.
Crew pumping their weight to windward, get that little extra bit of speed as they look to accelerate out of that tack in light but raceable conditions for this final flight in the double round robin. 10 teams started this regatta, and only 4 will move on after this flight of races.
Hold right. And here we go, pressing now.
Who's done really well to only tack when he's up to speed. So these boats, as I said before, are heavy. They're not easy to accelerate, unlike the smaller other boats that we see in different stages of this tour. So we're seeing Hood wait till he's up to speed. Once he's up to 100% speed, that's when he has the option to tack. Whereas Hansen's just been handed in really bad cards here and having to tack whenever Hood decides he needs to.
Marilyn, you want to give us an update on who's ahead in the match with Cole Tapper?
Yeah, it looks like Cole is just leading Brault as they head down towards the leeward gates. But Brault potentially has an advantage here, putting Tapper into a little bit of downwind jail.
Well, so Tapper needs to win his match, and he is. Hood or Hansen both want this point, and so far it belongs to Hood. Yet to see Berntsen start his match, and that'll be against Ian Garetta. And then the last match in this flight is Monin and Poole. Well, almost doesn't matter because they both qualified for the top 4 in the next round. As Hood splits again.
Yeah, Paul will be using these kind of final races to figure out who he wants to pick. Because what I can see, he'll be #1 ranked going into this next stage.
Yeah,
so
Chris
he has
Poole,
a choice of who he wants to face off in the semis.
Let's go to lay here. Yeah.
Two
Down
schools
one,
of
no
thought
high.
there. One is,
Get it run
if you
low.
take the toughest competitor, you might be able to knock him out early and make your life easier. If you take the weakest competitor, well, you might not get the type of practice you want to improve your skills. But really, do you want to risk the tougher competitor and perhaps, if it doesn't go your way, you get yourself knocked out? You'd probably choose the weaker of the two, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but then again, the weaker teams here aren't very weak at all. These guys are elite sailors here, so they are excellent. And you've seen not everyone has won every single race, so it'll be really interesting to see. Like, it's actually a risk versing anyone at all, really. So it depends on what the low risk option is and what's best for your team going into the next stage.
As we say that, and I know we can't see it on screen here, but Nicole Brault just passed Cole Tapper as Hood leads Hansen into mark #1 in perhaps the most number of tacks we've had on a beat so far. Great footage from onboard Hansen. And that's not a view he wants to see. His competitor ahead of him, and a blue flag penalty also reminding him, by the way, they've got to spin the penalty turn.
Here we go. Bows coming down in 3, 2, 1. Slowly coming down towards it now, Dave. Come down. Come on down.
Well done, Dave Hood, so far. Representing Long Beach Yacht Club, put a lot of effort into his match racing with this professional crew, and it shows.
Jibing in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Jibing.
Yeah, so the reason behind this early jibe is a lot better pressure out left looking upwind. So they're just very happy to kind of throw in an early jibe and also make sure his opponent is a lot harder for him to sit on his air. So he's going to sail in a lot freer conditions, and we actually been seeing a left shift. So it's actually the long jibe to be on. So this is just gains for Hood right now.
And another quick update at the bottom of the track. Somehow Tapper has passed Brault again. A lot of action going on at the bottom of the track as we follow Hood leading Hansen downwind. The other of the two ties is Yanni Berntsen. They have just started their match. And Berntsen's up against Ian Garetta.
Good hustle. Down one more even.
It looks like Berntsen's behind in that match at this stage. We'll keep you posted. Now, as you know, the advantage shifts to the trailing boat downwind. So at some point, Dave Hood's going to have to jibe. Likely, that's where we're going to see Bjorn Hansen make his move.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing is that we've seen this left shift. So at the bottom of the course, we've seen the the races that have started post this match move to the red mark, which is on the left-hand side. So actually, for these guys, setting hot right now is actually not as disadvantageous as it usually is. So I think the boat in front is happy to sail really nice and hot and not allow Hansen to roll over the top. Hansen, unfortunately, here is a bit of a soldier's course right now. He's going to be following in. It's going to be very difficult for him to overtake on this downwind.
If you need it.
So, Zach, I'd like to ask you, watching the Hansen race here, in these light wind conditions, we saw yesterday or day before, we saw the Wickwire team follow someone down to the corner in lighter wind, and it really screwed the race up, trying to clear a penalty, right? So what is Dave Hood thinking in this situation? He's just thinking gap, 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 and what is Hansen thinking, knowing he's got a penalty? How does he cover? What's the strategy here?
Yeah, so Hood's just happy to try and sail away. I mean, Hood also
Couple of
being
bad
clear of
waves.
the penalty. He's just happy to kind of like stay really close. I mean, all he has to do is stay within penalty clearing distance of the other team. Whereas Hansen behind with the penalty is just trying to catch up and try and get anything on him. But right now, that gap's pretty big, especially with the penalty. I mean, these guys are experienced match racers. It's going to be really hard for him to catch up right now.
And as a skipper, knowing this race decides the semifinals or not, does that penalty point relieve any pressure, or is the pressure still on for Dave Hood out there?
Oh, for sure. It definitely shifts priorities. So it goes from a kind of like very worried about the other team to suddenly just, let's just try and sail our own race because we just have to be in striking distance. They don't have to slam every single tack on them. They're happy just to maybe spend a little bit of their gauge or their win at the moment just to make sure they still have it. So it's a bit of a lower risk kind of approach to this race rather than a higher risk.
Zach West joining us here this weekend. You're going home tonight, and we're going to really miss you tomorrow for the finals. If I can convince you to change your flight, you got one more day in the seat, Rudd, if you want it.
Thank you very much. It's been awesome being here for the extra couple of days. I mean, it's a shame we didn't make it through to the Congressional Cup, but it's been fantastic being here in the commentary box. I've loved every second of it.
We're lucky to have you. Sorry you're leaving tomorrow.
Tonight.
Tonight.
Maybe.
Tell you what, as long as this day might go, because we still have to start the semifinals, this could be a while.
Stand by, right turn, okay? Jibing in 3, 2,
Right-hand turn for the lead boat, Dave Hood.
1. Here we
That's
go,
going to
jibing.
mean that they're headed to the left as they turn back upwind. Do you see, Marilyn, more breeze out to that left-hand side? Do you agree with Chris Steele?
I do see a little bit more breeze over there, and the race committee is also signaling a change for that match to the left-hand side. So it seems like there might be more velocity and a little bit of a shift favoring that direction.
Dave. All the way on the wind now. 2, 1, angle there, Dave. Angle there, angle there.
Okej, det kan vi göra. Vi gör det. Vi går på samma. Vi går på samma.
So interesting. It looks like Hansen is going to follow Dave Hood around this bottom mark. So not an ideal scenario for him, but I mean, they must know that the other mark is definitely not the one to round. So, I mean, bad scenario, but they've just got to do it, unfortunately.
Well, and sometimes, as you know, one extra maneuver and a few extra lengths worth of sailing might not be as bad as simply rounding and tacking. Particularly if you had a nice speed build into that. And the bad news for Hansen, and he's so far behind Hood's line that he's only just now getting affected by the wind shadow, so he was able to sail 2 or 3 lengths before it got to him. But at this point, would you think he should be thinking about tacking?
Yeah, well, it's interesting to see. So now with the change of mark, it seems like the right-hand side looks a little bit more consistent. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him tack here and maybe try and roll the dice. Maybe he might not even see something, but with this much of a gap between the two boats, sometimes you just got to kind of put all your chips on black and just hope for the best.
Well, you know, the other reason I like what Hansen did is there's more breeze in this lower sort of left area than there is lower right. So at least he got himself into better pressure before tacking away from his opponent, which he has done. So now Hood will follow suit to stay with Hansen.
3, 2, 1. Angle, no higher, down 1. Sorry, down 2. Good angle there, yep, copy. Angle's good there. We'll get a reload.
So it's interesting to see. So the crew called a velocity knock. So you see them, they called angle originally, and suddenly the wind has shifted right around their bow. So what generally happens there is that the boat speed is actually quite high, and suddenly they go into some lower pressure, which means that your apparent wind shifts around your bow. So that gives you an artificial knot. Now, the really important thing that the crew can then tell the skipper, like, hey, this is a velocity knock. So sometimes you want to come down, but this is not a wind shift. This is purely a change in pressure.
Or other times you hold your angle until your speed slows to the new velocity, and therefore it's a VMG gain overall.
Exactly. But you must have the boat speed going into that as well. So it's tricky, very tricky.
The alternative is you just keep chasing it down, 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 down.
Yeah. Yeah, so what they're looking for, particularly if they're going to a consistently lower pressure zone, is that, as you said, Tucker, just keeping that helm straight and allow the boat speed to slowly come down. It's going to come down anyway, so you might as well be pointing at a really good angle.
I now know how to say 3, 2, 1 in Swedish.
Då kommer han ju få segla utanför John i alla fall, va?
You got me on that one.
We've got a wind expert. We've got match racing experts. We need a translator, I think.
Yeah.
Det här måste vara rätt. Liksom vårt största problem är han där som slår fram Johnny.
Yeah, look at the difference between the two crew with their communication. It seems like his team, that his actual team is communicating to a lot more than Hansen's team's communicating to him. So it seems like Hansen's leading the communication, whereas Hood's team seems like the crew is leading what's happening on the boat.
Yep. Good pickup there. Very much. There's another match in front of them. That's Berntsen trailing, I believe, and Hansen will be looking at that because Hansen is tied with Berntsen. Berntsen tied with Hansen, and they're both losing, which means at the moment Hood and Tapper are looking closer to 3rd and 4th in the fight for the semifinals at this stage.
Yeah, it looks like Tapper on the other match seems to be just ahead of Nicole right now, but it is incredibly close, so anything could happen.
Ta det här, går vi. Två, ett och lyft. Okej, går vi här, va?
Nice and smooth. Hoist, hoist, hoist.
2, 1,
3, 2, Dave, 1.
Into the set with our leader, Dave Hood. As Hansen tacks to give chase. Remember, Hansen doing all he can to catch up, and even if he does, and that's a thin ley line to my eye, he still has that penalty to get rid of as well, which is going to be costly in these light airs for sure.
Okej, släpp bara. Okej, 2, 1, go. Vill du verkligen? Ja. Lippa. Går vi på gipp? Okej, sorry.
Oof. Not looking good for Hansen, I'm sorry to say.
It's not looking
So we're
good.
going to leave them, we're just going to leave this match for a second because this is an all-important point for that light blue Cabrilla Boat Shop spinnaker. Cole Tapper has gotten his way back in front of Nicole Brault. And the finish line just about 4 or 5 lengths in front of them. That's a very valuable point for Tapper. Tied for 3rd with Dave Hood, who's also leading his match. So this final race should put Tapper through as your 3rd semifinalists of the top 4 here in the Congressional Cup. The bottom 6, by the way, will sail a fleet race tomorrow. And as exciting as that is, none of the teams want to be in the fleet race because it means you're not in the money in the hunt for the Crimson Blazer in the finals. So here's Tapper, one more jibe to cross the line victorious and earn his spot in the semifinals of the 60th anniversary Congressional Cup. The crowd standing by on the Belmont Pier. Shall we give him a cheer? Let's hear it, folks. Cole Tapper is in. Well done. And so now we shift to Dave Hood. If Hood were to lose and Berntsen or Hansen were to win their matches, we'd have a tie.
1, angle there, Dave.
Which could complicate things, but as it stands right now, Hood is looking good in this match. And that is, can you imagine? This is his 4th Congressional Cup representing the home team. I don't think he's made it to the semifinals ever before. This would be huge.
Yeah, he's definitely in the pole position right now, especially with that win going to Tapper and him leading his match. As you said, if he doesn't manage to get this one off Hansen, we're going to have to do some pretty complicated tie breaking in the booth.
Yeah, agree.
Nobody wants to have to do that.
We'll have to borrow a rule book.
Not as much fun as winning on the water, which is what Hood is doing right now.
No lower, please, Dave. When we squash, you can't let the bow come down.
Just straight go down one pole. Straight. Another one, Steve. You like two?
As you can see, like we talked about before, there's a lot of chatter on this boat, and it seems really nice and collected. These guys are full in control of what's happening, and just you can really tell by the body language of what's happening. If they're very stressed, jittery, there's a lot of people shouting. Often what needs to happen doesn't happen, whereas it's really nice, cool, calm, collected in this boat. Everything that's important, they can be kind of like said a little bit louder, can really get through to these crews of stuff that's important. And as we're seeing here, is these guys are really prepped. They know what's going to happen next. And it's really important to bring your crew along for the ride. Sometimes if you throw a maneuver in and they're not expecting it, that's when things go wrong.
Almost on lay for pin. Yeah. Just stand by jibe. And 3, 2.
We are just over a minute away from a historic moment for the Congressional Cup and for the Long Beach Yacht Club's team.
Good angle there.
That's all I'll say right now, because Hansen does have some speed, and you know Hood needs to hold him off if he wants to move on.
Come down. Nice, Dave. Really good.
Looks like Hansen's caught up a little bit on this downwind.
No,
yeah,
it's not,
I think so. Maybe the breeze filling in from behind. But again, he has that penalty to undertake, and Dave Hood can exhale a little bit knowing that. And so can the crew. Chris Steele keeping his eye backwards on Hansen. Hansen's going to go for one last-ditch jibe to the committee boat end of the line. And even if he beats Hood across the line, he still has that penalty. Which means, folks, all of the Long Beach Yacht Club members here on the Belmont Pier have been waiting for this moment. This is his 4th Congressional Cup. He's never been to the semifinals before, and he has been working hard
stand by jibe,
to
boys.
earn this spot. Ladies and gentlemen, your 4th semifinalist in the 60th anniversary Congressional Cup is Dave Hood.
2, 1.
Well done. Big cheers all the way around. Well earned.
Yeah, that was absolute textbook from these guys. They held it all the way across the course, all the way to the finish, and with a penalty as well. I mean, these guys were just, cool, calm, and collected the whole time.
Benson's behind.
Folks on the pier, give it up one more time for Commodore Dave Hood, our official Long Beach Yacht Club representative, making it to the semifinals.
That's great.
So impressive, Dave. Great job.
Does he? There's a smile. I was waiting for the smile. The crew knows that they've done it. Congratulating the skipper, Dave Hood, and finally breathing a sigh of relief there. And that's the big news. But you know what? I think Dave Hood probably realizes, oh boy, in a few short moments, we got to start the semifinals, and the pressure just keeps ramping up, as any major sport would, as you get closer and closer to the finals. But he has a shot at going the distance as he does a crowd-pleasing pass in front of the fans and members of the Long Beach Yacht Club here at home. Dave Hood. That's so great.
Fully sucking it in here. This is awesome.
He's worked so hard to get to this moment.
You can hear in the background the horns of all the spectator boats. So proud of our Dave Hood here, folks. This is so exciting.
I've just been informed that in a little bit we're going to hear from Dave Hood himself and what it must feel like to make it for the first time to the semifinals. Let's go on board.
It's just an awesome feeling.
Whoops. What does that mean to you?
Oh, it's just an awesome feeling. We've worked hard for this moment. It feels really good. We've been sailing really well.
Brilliant. Talk me through that race.
That was it. We had a nice job in the start where we were able to put a penalty on him, so that put a lot of pressure on him, and then we were able to really stay on the favored side of the course and extend throughout. So it was a really good race.
Wow. I think he got choked up a little bit there, and understandably so. It was great to hear Dave Hood so proud. So great to have him. Great to see
Dave
that.
Hood learned to sail in these 37s.
Well, it's certainly paid off. Now we're going to just give you an update because there are still 3 matches on the course, and this one is close. That's Ian Garretta. Sorry, that's Chris Poole, rather, in the Grand Spinnaker over Monin. Now, both of these two have made it into the semifinals already, but this is sort of a match for bragging rights and pride, and also to send a message into the next round of, hey, if I can beat you here, watch out. Both of these teams will move on to the semifinals, and I'll tell you what, Monin's not rolling over. One of the best light air masters in the sailing game, and he is right on top of Chris Poole.
Yeah, it's really interesting watching the start. I know we didn't show it on screen, but Poole had a really good take spot start. They came off the pin. Chris was able to start to leeward and really gas Monin. So it's incredible to see that Monin's managed to catch up against the world #1 skipper, Chris Poole.
And just to give you a quick update in the background there, heading to the finish, is Peter Wickwire, the green spinnaker. Tell you what, Peter really turned it on today. Remember, he won that first match against Hood, and now he's leading Rocco Attili across the finish line. So way to end his first Congressional Cup on a couple bullets for Peter Wickwire.
Yeah, it's just a shame he couldn't get his mojo back in a little bit sooner. I mean, he's got some fantastic wins on the board, but it seems like it's a little bit too late for him, unfortunately, to make it through into the next stage.
And I think a shameless plug as his housing host, if you guys could give Peter Wickwire a cheer, our neighbor to the north from Canada, all the way from Nova Scotia.
Well done.
Congratulations, Wickwire. To end on a win here is a big deal.
2 wins. Great day for Peter Wickwire. I'm sure we'll see him back in the Congressional Cup.
I mean, it really shows. I mean, even the guys who've managed to make it through into the second round robin were still taking points off the top team. So you can see incredibly close all across this leaderboard. There's definitely no easy matches in this regatta.
No, I was saying in the press conference yesterday, I think I've done upwards of 23 of these regattas, and this has got to be one of the closest Con Cups that I remember based on how close the teams are, or the boats are rather. There hasn't been a race that has finished more than 2 boat lengths apart all week long. Sometimes, particularly in light air, you get a big giant lead and somebody, just waxes the other team. But here, every team from the first all the way to the 10th has put up really impressive fights.
Yes, it's just incredible. I mean, these are truly the top teams in the world.
Okay, so there's Poole. We're just going to leave him in his match and check in with Berntsen and Garrett.
Yeah, quite a big gap between these two boats. It looks like Garretta has got a nice lead over Berntsen at the back.
This will be a tough loss for Yanni Berntsen. He started a couple matches down early on, then he found his footing and really sailed well the past 2 days. Had a shot at the semifinals. He's got local star Scott Dixon on board, and of course he needed this win to have at least forced a tie, and then we would have done some math to figure out who would win that, but to give him a shot at the semifinals. But with the race looking the way it is, heading to the finish, I'm not sure that is going to happen with Ian Garretta from France heading for home.
It's interesting. I chatted to the team once they finished after the first round robin, and they were a little bit sad. They didn't have enough wins on the board, but it's really interesting. They were able to really turn things around, a full shift of attitude, and they've come out and absolutely smashed it. I mean, this will be their 6th win on the second round robin.
Yeah. It's almost like when the pressure's off. And he's such a great guy in the press conference, too. Very self-effacing, very funny, very humble. We're going to see him back in the Congressional Cup for sure. And there's still some prize money at stake in the fleet race, which we will cover tomorrow. It's always entertaining, the fleet race. Then we move into the semifinals this afternoon. And after that, the petite finals and the finals tomorrow. Only one will wear the crimson blazer. Chris Poole looking for a historic 3-peat after winning the last 2. As Ian Garretta crosses the finish line, ending his Congressional Cup, and also Yanni Berntsen's.
Double knockout.
Yep. So one more match left on the race course.
A big congratulations to Ian Garetta. I mean, that second round robin, said it before, said it again, fantastic. I mean, he went from an unfortunate first round robin of 2 wins and 7 losses to turning it round in the second round robin with 6 wins and 3 losses. That's an incredible turnaround, especially as these fleets matches got even tighter. I mean, congratulations. You guys did so well.
Well, in his first Con Cup, what that shows is these guys have been learning the boats and figuring it out and just getting better and better and better. I'm sure he wishes he had a few more days at that rate.
I mean, if he started the first round robin like this, he'll be doing it amazingly. Give him a good round of applause.
And now back to the final match in play as they approach the final windward mark, and it looks very close. This is for bragging rights because Chris Poole will win the round robin phase and choose his opponent in the semifinals. But right now, Poole looks to my eye to be overstood if they're going to the red mark. I don't see any other that they could be.
But this is still striking distance. I mean, he's a little bit behind, but as we saw in the last couple of matches, even being slightly behind at the top mark.
Sorry, green mark.
Still means that you can sit on the air, especially with such a long way to go from the top mark to the bottom mark. I mean, it's all to play for.
These are your top 2 teams in this Congressional Cup. Chris Poole, 2-time winner and reigning champion. Eric Monin, arguably the fastest light air sailor in the regatta, right on Poole's heels.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see a quick jibe from Monin. Or not. Maybe going for the split. This could be really interesting here. I guess he thought they didn't have the boat speed to cover, or maybe he's seen something.
And Monin came out of the right on that weather leg as well. I wonder if he just saw pressure that he wanted to get back into over there.
Very true.
Really?
I mean, I would be stressed if I was Chris Poole right now. If you're in front, a split is definitely not what you want, unless you are very confident that your side's going to come out on top.
Well, particularly when you're to the right of your competitor, which means when they jibe, he'll be on port, and he'll have to avoid Monin if it's close. Big split, still continuing. All to play for here. Monin, to my eye, looks like he's getting a little bit headed as he comes down here. His angle for a second there was just slightly better than Poole's. However, Poole looks like he's in slightly better breeze, even though he might be lifted. So it's anybody's guess which one of these two is going the correct way.
And both of them sticking their guns. They're both confident that their side of the course is going to win.
I mean, arguably, you'd go for velocity before shift. That would advantage Chris, to my eye. Better angle to the right, but slower. Better breeze to the left, but a higher angle. What that means is I have no idea how it's going to look when they converge.
Both teams so silent. I mean, there's a little chatter on board, but really not that much. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, it looks like Monin has got a really good knock. So a knock downwind is something that you're looking for. It means you can sail further downwind and more towards that finish line. Looks like Chris is a little bit lifted, but Chris is in more pressure. Monin's in a little bit less, but these angles are really going to mix it up.
Breeze continuing to clock right for both boats here.
Which I think also means that perhaps the right is filling in a little bit more, too. It's an interesting way to roll the dice for Monin.
Well, it's one shift so far on this beat, and you know downwind you want to sail away from the shift so that when you jibe you come all the way back through it. That would advantage Poole here when he sets up to turn, which he is now, or should anyway.
So both boats have now gone for their jibe. This is going to be the last little kind of see what happens, really.
I mean, this is a roll the dice move if ever there was one in Las Vegas. Put it all on red and see what happens here. Close your eyes, hold your breath.
Looks like both.
Poole's faster. Monin's still pointing with a better angle. Monin seems to sail lower on both jibes downwind than Poole.
Yeah, for sure.
Different styles.
Poole consistently sailing very hot with upwind and downwind. But it's interesting to see, it looks like both boats aren't actually laying to this finish. There'll be one more jibe for both of them, but this is going to be incredibly close. I mean, I can't peg it from here.
Monin is the only competitor to have taken one off Poole so far in this regatta.
Tell you what.
Definitely an interesting matchup.
Looks to my eye like he might be the only competitor to take two. I think he looks a little bow forward. Now, granted, he's got one more jibe to do, and Chris doesn't. But if he can put that jibe in front of or on Poole's breeze, he's on the disadvantaged jibe right now, as we mentioned. He's so good in light air, too. But I remember he rounded behind. Chris had the option to jibe or go straight, and he jibed. Now, sort of a collision course here. Monin has rights as the starboard boat. Monin just getting into some pressure there, starting to cross Chris's bow. Still has to turn. When would you jibe? Now?
Yeah, as soon as possible.
Quickly, turn the boat. Time to go for the finish. Now Chris heats up there to get up on his breeze and try and roll him on, and just eases into that jibe as slow as possible. I can't believe how slowly he turned that boat. He is the light air master, and he is definitely in front of Chris Poole.
Oh, we have a jibing duel down to this finish. This is going to be incredibly intense.
Now,
Will Chris be able to take his air?
This is sending a message. Both of these teams looking to send a message to the other going into the semifinals. And right now, Monin's message is ringing clearer. He is ahead and keeping Chris Poole from getting to the finish. Just locked him out with that jibe. Poole might go for one last-ditch effort. But look at Monin. Come from behind on the final run in front of the fans. The only team to beat Chris Poole in the last round robin is the only team to beat Chris Poole in this second round robin. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the light air master, Eric Monin. Told you he's the sleeper cell, that guy.
No
That's what I've been calling him all week. Watch Monin. Wow. Well sailed. What a way to end the round robin.
Tucker, how many Congressional Cups has Monin done? Do you know that?
Yes, I can tell you that.
Maybe it's in our little book here.
I can tell you that he's finished as high as third, and he's done 11 Congressional Cups.
Could this be his year? This might be the chance for him.
If he sails like that, it's going to be an incredible. Now, of course, both of those two teams have to face Tapper and Hood in the semifinals first. And what's going to happen now is all four skippers will be shuttled by powerboat over to the signal boat, the race committee boat, the Loins. And they will then have a little meeting. We're going to film it and bring it to you. And Chris Poole gets to pick, because he's the highest ranked team in the round robin qualifying. He gets to pick which team he wants to sail. Eric Monin, who's beat him twice. I'm going to just roll. I'm just going to guess. It might not be Monin, but I could be wrong. Then Cole Tapper or Dave Hood. And that leaves, of course, the other two teams to race each other. Those will be your two pairs for the semifinals, which we will start, hopefully, quite quickly this afternoon. First to win 3 matches in the semifinals. This could go as long as 5 matches for each pair. And it's going to be a late afternoon, guys, so I hope you got someone to feed your dog and let it out.
Don't forget to pay your parking passes if you're stuck in the parking lot out there. Also, I'd like to take a minute to plug the rest of the teams that are not going to advance, recognizing the countries they are here visiting us from. Yanni Bernsen from Sweden, Ian Garetta from France, Rocco Attili from Italy, Peter Wickwire from Canada, Nicole Brault from the United States of America up in San Francisco, and Bjorn Hansen from Sweden. Thank you all. We appreciate your teams for traveling to spend your week here with the Long Beach Yacht Club. You guys have a chance to win some money tomorrow in the fleet race. Should be some fun excitement in the morning before we hit our finals.
And then after the fleet race, those 6 teams turn into spectators with us and watch the conclusion of the semifinals and then the petite finals for 3rd and 4th, and, of course, the main event tomorrow afternoon to determine who will win the 60th Annual Congressional Cup. But first, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will be live on the back of the committee boat with the 4 skippers to see who they will face and then quickly get into the semifinal matches. So don't go anywhere. Why would you? This is the best place to be in match racing right now here in Long Beach as the Congressional Cup continues. There we are. Wave goodbye for the moment.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethораbusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors will soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Long Beach Yacht Club is proud to present the Congressional Cup. We have been on the world stage for over 60 years. Congressional Cup is the longest continuous running match race regatta in the world.
To be here as a competitor and flying the Canadian flag is a huge honor. And we have 8 of the top 10 skippers in the world here involved in the event. But when you dream, you have to dream really big, and I know it's no easy task to win the Congressional Cup.
What makes it special is I think the venue is great outside the Belmont Pier.
It is one of the most impressive viewing venues for any match race around the world.
You can hear people shouting at you from the pier. You get really up close into the action, and the atmosphere is so good. That's why it's fun to pre-start here and it's fun to race here.
We welcome the world to come and join us, not only at the pier, but we also live stream.
What we're really seeing is a lot of new match racing talent, and that's exciting. So we have a full range of the veteran skippers and the young skippers.
Welcome, gentlemen, to the 2025 Congressional Cup Semifinals. Great job. We've had quite the challenging day today with only 2 flights, but down to the final 4. So we got some semifinals to do. The final order of rankings are Poole, Monin, Tapper, and Hood. So we'll take care of who's racing who first. Mr. Poole, who would you like to race?
We're going to go with Cole Tapper.
Okay, so flight 2 will be Chris coming in yellow and Cole coming in blue. We're going to do first to 3 points. Okay, so I guess you guys are stuck with each other. Eric and Dave, you guys will be racing each other in flight 1, and you'll be coming in on yellow. Okay. So second piece of business, we talked about the boat pairs this morning. So just a reminder, 2 and 4, 7 and 10. Chris, which pair would you like?
We'll go the 2-4 pair.
2-4. So you guys will get 7 and 10. So I will shuffle the deck, and this will be for the boat you start out with.
2.
Okay, so Chris will start with boat 2. Eric will be in boat 4. You can,
No. Cole.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cole. Excuse me. And we'll switch after the second flight if you both want to, unless you want to stay in the same boat. So that's that. Second pair, you guys get 7 and 10. So we'll shuffle the deck again. Eric will let you pick. 10. So Eric's going to be in boat 10, coming in on yellow. And again, you guys will switch after the second flight unless you both want to stay in the same boat. So any questions on all that?
We have boat 7, right? Confirmation.
7, yep.
Copy.
Do you plan to do
how many races?
Yeah,
today?
so we got, it's 4:30. We've got good breeze. I'd like to get at least one. It's probably just going to be one. We'll try for two, but I'd be happy with one. Are you guys cool with that?
One's perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's been a long day, even though we haven't raced that much. So we'll get you guys back to your boats, and give you some time to tune up to sail by. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. That's good. And we'll try to keep the race course going. And that's all I have. Okay. See you out there.
Great. Good luck, Dave.
Thanks a lot. Good luck, Oops, sorry. Good luck. I need all the luck in the world for the win.
I think we need more luck than you guys do.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well, there we have it, folks. Interesting that Chris Poole chose Cole Tapper.
I don't know, though. Remember, he's been in a training camp with Dave Hood for the last couple weeks. I feel like he might be a little nervous that Hood might know how he's thinking, right?
That's a good point. And we had Randy Smith there, obviously taking us through that. He's the PRO. Let's hear from him on how that just went.
Good. Well, thanks, race fans, for a tough day. We only had 2 flights today, but the wind finally filled in. So plan for the rest of the day. We're going to get 1 flight of the semifinals in. We've got really good wind right now, so we'll get 1 done. Wake up tomorrow. Forecast looks pretty good for tomorrow. So we'll start out with finishing up the semifinals. That can go up to 5 flights. So 1 today, up to 4 tomorrow. Once we get that done, we'll do the fleet race and get that out of the way. And then the afternoon will be the finals and the petite finals. Those will both, the final match will be first to 3 points. The petite finals will be first to 2 points. The weather forecast looks great tomorrow, so I'm confident we'll get all the races in.
All right, there we have it from Randy Smith live on the back of the Loins, the race committee boat, as we have our 2 pairs for the semifinals. And so now let's get back into that thought process. But just to remind everybody again, Chris Poole will face Cole Tapper in the first semifinal match. First to win 3 matches moves on to the Congressional Cup Finals. That leaves Eric Monin to sail against Dave Hood. And Ryan, you brought up a very good point. I thought that Poole might not choose Tapper or Monin, but he didn't want to race Monin, probably because Monin's already beat him twice. And you don't think he wanted to pick Hood because Hood's gotten the better of him in some of the practices?
Yeah, so when I shot some of these interviews with people earlier in the week, and I learned that both of the teams, Chris Poole and Dave Hood, have been on the 37s as much as possible for the last 45 days or so, and getting a training camp going between both teams. And I just feel like for Chris Poole, the wild card of Dave Hood is not a stress load he wants to take. And I wanted to ask you this, Zach. How does it screw with you to get 1 race in today, and 2 of these teams are going to be down 1 point to nothing and have to go to bed with that thought process? How does that work when these matches extend overnight like that?
It's really interesting because there's 2 schools of thought. There's one where if you're on a winning streak, then you just want to keep going. I mean, you feel like you're on a roll and just want to just keep going. You see it in all sorts of other sports, but the opponent kind of wants to kind of separate the match. So it's kind of nice, especially if you've maybe lost the first match, to maybe just have a little break, maybe chat down with your coaches, your teammate, have a little meal, just think about the races and see where you can try and improve for next time.
Well, the other thing, too, that I just thought about when you were mentioning why he might not have chose Dave Hood to face is the fact that Dave has more time in these boats than any other. And in light air, that can be a big advantage. And he probably knows, having practiced against Dave Hood, that Dave is fast in light air. We just saw that. And Cole Tapper's a bit new. This is only his 2nd Congressional Cup. It's only the 2nd week, really, that he's ever sailed the Catalina 37s. So he probably doesn't have that light touch that Dave Hood and his crew do in these Catalina 37s. So probably, yeah, you could see why you might not choose Hood if you were Chris Poole. And you definitely wouldn't choose Eric Monin because in light air, I don't know anyone that would want to go up against the lake sailor from Switzerland.
Well, and I wonder if he has a feeling that Dave Hood might be the one that could take Monin down because he's lost both races against Monin. He does not want to face him in a final. So I don't know if this is a strategic play because the goal is first and foremost to make the finals. But maybe he's thinking about what are the best odds if I can get past this round. Who's going to take this guy down that is so good in light air, right?
Well, the only caveat to all of that is, as we heard Randy say, is after this light air first round, We got to sail tomorrow in breeze. It's going to be a whole different game tomorrow. So maybe today's decision could be just wiped clean. Either way, we're going to find out how things go this afternoon when we start the semifinals in just a few minutes' time. And then tomorrow, of course, roll right into the petite finals and the finals as the Congressional Cup continues. We're not going anywhere, and you should stay right here as well. We'll be right back in a few minutes with race number 1 in each pair of the semifinals of the 60th anniversary Congressional Cup.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be quite close here. I mean, it's interesting. Coles is communicating to his tactician Fruin just to see whether we're trying to figure out exactly what their next move is going to be. So they're coming across with starboard advantage. So the other boat, the USA boat Hood, must give way to Tapper coming across here. So it'll be interesting to see what the move is. Could be a lee bow tack coming
We're
here.
going to get out of here. Yeah, stand by, guys.
And he does. Lee bow.
2,
Tack for Hood, and that forces Tapper away.
Tapper's done a really nice job of tacking out of phase so that both boats aren't matching each other at this stage.
And protecting the right, giving him starboard advantage. So Hood was a little bow forward, but can't get across.
Here we go, tacking now.
As the left-hand boat. Here he comes again onto port.
2, 1, angle there. Hold it there, let it build. Hold it there.
It's Chris Steele, the tactician.
He's going to be stronger.
Just kind of coaxing the crew through the maneuvers.
Around the top here. See, on lay. Angle's good there. We'll duck him here. Just going straight. He'll probably lee bow, okay? Just stay fast here.
So Hood's lost a little bit there. Now ducking Tapper, who's gained.
3, 2, 1. Tacking now.
Exactly as Chris called it.
3, 2,
Tapper tacked on top of
angle there, down 1.
Hood, and Hood tacks away.
Hold there. Got to build speed here, okay?
So you can see here Tapper just protecting his right-hand side, and it looks like we've had a bit of a right shift and a little bit more pressure on that right-hand side. So Tapper's definitely want to be protecting at all costs that right-hand side, especially when we come to his top mark. He's going to have starboard advantage again. So even if they're bow even, Tapper's still going to come out in front, coming in from the right.
2, 1, squeeze.
Counting the crew weight as they pump the boat to windward there and accelerate out of that tack. Tapper gaining
Obviously,
from the
he's going to
right.
go all the way, right? I think our builds towards them are really good, and our builds away are not so good.
Now, are these two guys from Australia? Because they have shoes on.
Going to probably stay at this angle.
Yeah, you can really tell who are the true Aussies and who are the kind of imposters on board. You can see Max Brennan there, who's a guy with the very yellow Goldilocks-like hair. He's actually a local from Balboa, just downstream from us.
That explains the shoes. And which mark are we going to? Yellow?
Yeah, yellow mark.
All right, so Hood has tacked in the background here. Let's listen on board. Tapper.
Yeah. Stand by tack. It will be a hoist straight away. Yeah. 2, 1. Tacking. Hold high, okay? Just hold it high. 2, 1. Coming away and go hoist. Go hoist. Down, down. Here we go. Round the mark now. Smooth turn. Smooth in it, please. Keep the speed.
This is a good match.
Stay high, Dave. Stay high. Stay high. Going over him here. Up 2, Dave. Up 2. Up 2. Up 2. Good angle there. 2, please. Yep. Here. Good angle there, Dave. Get ready to jibe at him.
Now, upwind, there's one more match coming downwind in play with the Spinnakers, and that is really exciting. First of all, Chris Poole has only lost 1 match, and right now it looks like he might lose the second one if Peter Wickwire, the light green Spinnaker there, has anything to say about it. The Canadian is in front of the 2-time reigning Congressional Cup champion, but his breeze is being affected by Poole to windward by that black Spinnaker. Look how close this match is. 2/3 of the way down the run. Poole looking to roll. Wickwire luffing him now. Poole has to respond under the rules. Poole could, if there's a collision, Poole could get a penalty. Wickwire may have even flagged there, tough to tell. But the umpires certainly can see it.
Yeah, so they're going to have to jibe into this finish here. So Paul's whole aim right now is to get far enough in front, then he can stick that jibe in and then Wickwire's going to have to follow. And Wickwire's whole game is to try and prevent Paul from jibing and hopefully sail him maybe a little bit past that pin and lay.
So the finish is to the lower right corner of your screen, out of sight. What an incredible drone shot there as Wickwire rolls into a jibe first. Not quite on ley line for the finish, is he? Tough to tell. He's trying to close the door for Poole. Roll over the top of him. The finish line is far right of your screen. Anybody's guess at this point. What a race. Jibs are going up, so sorry, that is actually not the finish. They're going to go back upwind again, Zach. That's good for us.
Wickwire's trying to defend that right-hand side again, which is the side he chose at the beginning of the race, whereas Chris went to the left-hand side. So Wickwire's going to try and defend that right-hand side again at this gate.
And it's dead even going around this gate, so it's going to be really interesting to see which side's going to pay for the second upwind.
Completely even between both teams. The only advantage, Wickwire has starboard to the right, bottom of, or top of screen rather, when the two teams meet. Good job for Peter. This is his first Congressional Cup. His dream was to make the Congressional Cup. He qualified through the Ficker, and now he's up against world ranked #1, two-time reigning champion of the Congressional Cup, and was ahead on that downwind run. Can he convert? Can he make it stick? That would be a big upset. There's often so much going on when it doesn't look like anything is at all. And here comes the jibe. Wickwire bow forward ahead. Chris Poole coming out on a hot angle there with that black spinnaker, looking to blanket Wickwire's kite, slow him down, steal his breeze. And if he can do it, he's still going to have to go all the way around the outside and perhaps risk getting into downwind jail. So far from over at this point. Wickwire still has the advantage.
It looks like Wickwire is still breathing ahead of Paul Spinnaker. So it'll be interesting to see whether Paul is able to progress just a little bit further forwards, get on Wickwire's air, and then start the attack on the roll. Looks like he's going for a jibe behind. Seems like he did not have the roll happening. So we're really interested to see. So Paul led the jibe. That means he's going to have the advantage coming back. The question is, will he try and stick on the air, or will he try and stick a jibe into Wickwire? So suddenly we've had a change in position.
Yeah, I like what Poole did there, because often match races will continue to try and go all the way around the outside and hope that eventually they're going to get there. And Poole just gave it up quickly and centered the game back into the middle of the racetrack there. And it's working. Is Wickwire in trouble? Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, so it looks like there's a bit of overlap here. So Wickwire is trying to go for a major luff, but he's allowed Chris Paul to get round the outside and stick the jibe in. This is major. Looks like they're slightly still above the start line lay, or finish line lay, but I mean, this is major. Suddenly Paul's out in front and in clean air. So it'd be interesting to see which side of this is going to work towards the bottom.
Wow. And this is what we tend to see from the top match racers in the world. They wait for their moment to pounce, and often a millisecond of opportunity comes up. Poole from behind, now ahead.
Yeah, I agree. That was definitely a testament to Poole's boat handling. His team did an excellent job in that jibe, and Wickwire, I think, was just a few seconds behind and unable to do a clean maneuver there.
Just like Paul's going a little bit low, trying to soak towards this line, because of course if he jibes, he will be on port. We will cry on starboard, and could see a different situation start to occur. But I think Chris might be able to soak for this line, maybe a very last-minute jibe. But the question is what the bias is on this line and who can get there first.
So there is the signal boat in the background, the white power boat in your screen there, Wickwire heading for it. Somewhere right of screen is the pin buoy. And Chris Poole jibing for it now. He's just going to cross the line ahead of Wickwire. What an incredible race. Both boats crossed the finish line, overlapped, but Chris Poole pulls it off. Impressive.
Yeah, I get it.
That's got some pace.
2, 1, and up. Much faster. Stand by. It's very close to us. Stand by. Stand by. Be prepared of if he's crossing us. He might cross. Yeah. Be ready. Be ready to follow. Ready to follow. Come on.
And cut.
Too late. Too late. Definitely too late.
Copy. Copy.
Didn't you get me there, CJ? Jag pekar dit jättemycket hela tiden. We have to go to another one. So we're sitting duck here. Yeah. Come on down. Weight down. 2, 1, and weight up.
Happy with a dial here?
Yeah.
Normal dial. We'll stop it.
Yeah, I'm full on.
Stop it while yeah, we'll have to stop it here. Normal dial.
Be ready to go. Sailing, sailing, sailing. Come on. Sailing. Come on.
Hold back. 2, 1, cut.
And 2, 1, weight up. Weight up.
Coming up 1.
Lining up.
Attacking with him. Potential penalty if you come low early and hold it. Yeah. Low and hold on. Hold it.
1, weight up.
Slow me down. Moving! Come up!
Coming up.
Hey! Had overlap.
Yep.
You hit the mark!
Come on, sure.
He hit
Come
the
on,
mark!
Stop yelling. Race the boat.
Cut.
2, 1,
2,
and up.
1. Offsetting. Yep, reset. Yep.
Come on, main in.
Okay, 1 minute to go. He's in a tough spot here.
Where do we want to start?
Best start. I think we go around the committee road and we have the right.
I mean, you were just in his gas. I can't accelerate. Sorry.
Stand by. Soaking in 2,
Copy.
1, weight up.
Not risking.
Jibing.
Yeah.
Jibing.
Yeah. Go up. Yeah.
Time.
Speed.
Time.
Yeah.
2, 1. Yeah. This is one.
On the line. Feel low, not high.
Speed up. Speed up. Come up all the way.
Copy. Copy. Copy.
Full hike. Main in. Om du kan. Jag vet inte.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors will soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
If you've been to Long Beach, odds are you've heard of 2nd Street. The half-mile stretch full of coffee shops, restaurants, bars, and shopping is a favorite for locals and the college students who call Long Beach home. Only 3 blocks from the beach, 2nd Street is a foodie's paradise. Each year, when sailors come to town for the Congressional Cup, 2nd Street turns into a place of fun. Friday night, it's normal to see some of the best sailors in the world hanging out at the bars or grabbing a bite to eat with their host families here on 2nd Street. If you find yourself on 2nd Street this weekend, pop over to Legends, where they will show our 2025 Congressional Cup on their 24-foot TV.
The winning back-to-back Congressional Cups in 23 and then in 24 was really awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Chris Poole and Riptide Racing.
The result we achieved in 23, going undefeated, which has never happened, still kind of blows my mind. You know, a lot of amazing Hall of Fame names haven't even won the Congressional Cup. And, you know, to go and do it undefeated and then to back it up and do it the next year against Ian Williams in the final, you know, we can take everyone down.
Hi, it's John and Ann Shull. Welcome to our home. This is our living room. Let's head into what usually is our dining room, but for the next 2 weeks is going to be room for 3.
So when that part of the dining room becomes a bedroom, this is what we're left with for a dining room. A little silly, but it works.
So if we are dining outside, we have a table which expands, and we also have a large stack of chairs, because sometimes we'll get other teams or we enjoy entertaining back here. This is our kitchen. This is the center of activity in the mornings. We typically will load up on a bunch of food that the sailors will want to eat. A lot of fruit, a lot of dairy, whole fat food. Really, it's interesting that they really tend to go for the whole fat yogurts, and because they're burning a lot of calories.
They're very self-sufficient. We set up coffee the night before and put out light breakfast foods, but the club takes really good care of the sailors. We just have a really good time. We love meeting the sailors. Of course, once they're here, you have to cheer for that team.
So we are hosting Ian Garetta from France, and we have, as I understand it, 7 sailors staying at our house. So when we do get to entertain them, and once they've done weigh-in, and they're able to eat and drink and enjoy themselves, we do have a little wine cellar and plenty of glasses, and there's another cabinet that has all the scotch and bourbon and those sorts of things. But in case anybody else is coming by here, I don't want to let everybody know where it is. So this is our family room. Usually we have a chair in here and sometimes another table, but for the next couple of weeks we'll have a full-size bed and a queen-size bed. We did have one of them have to climb up into the house because he forgot his key. He actually scaled the balcony, which we were a little surprised that you could do that, but somebody said, hey, it's easier than scaling a mast. So there you go. And then here's our guest room, all set up. A couple years ago, we had a different French team, and we had a couple on the team, and so they shared this room.
So we just make sure every sailor has a couple of towels. They'll do their own laundry. This year we'll print out the washer dryer instructions in French for them, just in case. And yeah, they're very self-sufficient. We've been housing sailors and umpires for about 10 years.
I would estimate that we probably had 25 or so different sailors and umpires that have come through here. And we have keys to our house throughout the world because they somehow never remember to put it on the table as they walk out the door. I think last year was a very interesting year because we had almost the entire team. They were the Aussies with Cole Tapper's team, and they were very comfortable here. And they were like, at breakfast time, they'd come and then they'd sit around the bar and start singing and carrying on. And it was pretty fun. This year, we actually had the opportunity to go to America's Cup in Barcelona. And so we got to hang out with Cole there because he had been there in the Youth America's Cup. Well, it's been great having you join us visiting our house. And if we have the fire pit going and the lights are on, you're always welcome to stop by and enjoy some fellowship with the other sailors. And we really wish you fun during Congressional Cup and Picker Cup, and we will see you out on the pier.
Welcome back to Long Beach, California, folks. Live pictures out on the water, and it looks like a completely different day. We just finished earlier in the afternoon 2 light air round-robin matches, and now we have our top 4 semifinalists, Chris Poole, Eric Monin, Cole Tapper, and Dave Hood. And now we're into the first semifinal match in this Congressional Cup. Dave Hood against Eric Monin, and we are right into the pre-start, folks. The breeze is on. It looks like a completely different day.
Yeah, 100%. The temperatures definitely dropped. We've seen a little bit of right shift, and it appears some rain clouds over the horizon. So this is almost a complete different day than the last match we watched.
And what do you make of the breeze, Marilyn? It's a lot breezier than we saw in those last 2 matches today.
Yeah, breeze must be up at least 5 knots, and I think it has shifted to the right a little bit since the last race we watched.
We'll see if the teams fight for that. Eric Monin on your right from Switzerland, Dave Hood from the left, the local team, and here we go.
This looks incredibly close. Looks like Hood's gone from that port cross, but this is so close. Monin's trying to block that move. Whoa.
Might see a penalty flag there. See if Monin reaches for it. He does and waves the flag, asking the umpires, was that too close maneuvering for Dave Hood? Nope. Green flag. So Hood looking good with under 3 minutes to go.
Both falling out at the same time, so it'll be interesting to see who gets a better acceleration. I mean, Monin's definitely in the more powerful position. Hood's in a bit of a compromise. We see a luff going here. This is close. I mean, Monin's a little bit bowed back, so Hood might roll around the outside. We'll see.
Monin just trying to get a piece, an overlap of Hood. Hood did a nice job just kind of rolling over the top of him now. 2 minutes 30 as the teams now head downwind towards the Belmont Pier. We will only sail one of each of the first races here in the semifinals. First to win 3 moves on to the finals of the Congressional Cup tomorrow.
See the spectator plan B there in the foreground of the screen. That's got a couple of teams that didn't make it to these semis. So they're getting a first-hand view of what we've been watching all week long.
They're also my host family for the week as well. So big shout out to Plan B as well, the Blairs. You guys have been awesome. Thank you very much.
Both sails over-trimmed as Hood slows his boat on purpose, allowing Monin to get closer. So Hood jives now onto starboard. Inside, he's got rights with the Belmont Pier as an obstruction as he now heads up towards the line. Minute 35 with this new breeze. Both teams are early.
Yeah, so a quick reminder that these orange buoys, or buoys depending where you are in the world, they are in a continuous obstruction. So it means that you can't go inside those marks. The reason being that a couple of years ago, an Aussie may or may not have taken out a couple of lampposts before.
And he may or may not have been named Harry Price. We call that Price Point. And the teams now can't get close to it. They'd get a penalty if they did, and that makes a lot of sense. Monin, to my eye, looks a little bit early.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, got over a minute left on this clock. There's a lot of time to kill. I reckon they've almost got 30 to kill here, so it's 1-to-1 on time to kill versus time to go.
Most breeze we have seen all day. Very far into the right compared to this morning. Took a long time to get to this point. And here we go, race 1 of the semifinals. Monin hooks up to leeward, 40 seconds to go, and he is early for the start. He will have to slow down. Hood about a length to windward.
You'll see Monin try and open the door and try and bait Hood into a bit of a roll situation there, where he's just like, hey, do you want this left-hand side? Maybe get me out of trouble a little bit. But Hood definitely did not take the bait, and it's interesting to see. It seems like he's trying to prevent Monin from maybe tacking and maybe wasting a little bit more time. We've got 20 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to go around the boat here.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like what Hood did there. He put himself in that position. He didn't have to, and now he's got to go around the outside of the signal boat with 10 seconds to go. Not the way you want to start your first race, first time in the semifinals of this event. Will he get a jibe off and get back down to the line? Now, interestingly, Monin was over the line early and had to dip back, so that's going to help out Hood, who now rounds the signal boat. Behind but to the right of Monin, who's up to full speed, and we're off in race 1 of the semifinals, 60th anniversary Congressional Cup. First to win 3 here.
Very interesting thing here. I actually quite like the move from Hood, but it just seemed like it was a little bit late on timing. I mean, stopping from Monin from kind of going down the line, it means they had to reach the pin, but with him turning around the boat and looking like the right-hand side is definitely favored. I mean, this good move, but maybe not quite there on the execution.
Yeah, those last 20 seconds were pretty action-packed, and I wonder if he wasn't just 2 seconds off or something to have had a pretty perfect start.
Oh, for sure. If he had that time and distance on, that would have been amazing. Now, reminder that the gate mark there, they're allowed to touch it on this lap because it's not their rounding mark for that go-round.
Breeze increasing from the upper right side of this course, and that is where Hood is positioned. So we're going to leave those two to battle it out upwind in the first match. Meanwhile, our second match in the pre-start is Chris Poole, the reigning 2-time Congressional Cup champion. Sailed his way comfortably into these semifinals and chose his opponent, Cole Tapper from Australia. Cole, a bit newer to the Congressional Cup. This is his second time. Great to make it to the semifinals for him. And here we go into the dial-up.
The Tapper did a really good job with the late avoidance. Green flag for the umpires. That looked completely clean to me as well. A very late kind of turn up and sudden whack down of the helm just to make sure he can get onto starboard and forcing Porters to be really close. Just definitely getting to Tapper here in the early stages.
Yeah.
As close as you can get to your competitor is really good for the boat to leeward.
Yeah.
On board with Poole.
Yeah.
Poole looks to be sliding ever so slightly into Tapper. Of course, as a windward boat, Poole will have to avoid a contact or risk a penalty. Tapper just holding there in the dial-up. Under 3 minutes to go.
What I've seen with Poole recently is that he knows he's not going to win this dial-up, so what he does is a very slow bear away. So what he does there is he makes sure that Cole cannot go with him until he's fully down. So you see there, very slow spin, swing his stern all the way to his nose, so Tapper cannot follow him straight away. So suddenly that gives you a slight advantage to Poole, meaning that you're just one little step in front of Tapper.
Yesterday when he did that move, the transom was so close to the other boat that you heard Chris Poole just laugh. It must have been an inch or two, no less.
Copy, going to green.
Going to green, so right-hand mark upwind, signaling a right-hand shift. The teams pick up on that. Dial-up is finished. We're heading to the right-hand side of the playground, as you call it. Coming up on 2 minutes to go to this start of the second semifinal pair, Chris Poole and Cole Tapper.
Quite a bit of separation between these birds. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Poole tries to maybe have a piece of Tapper. There could be a jibe round and try and attack him on starboard while Tapper's on port. But these guys are going round the outside, similar to what we saw the last race. I wouldn't be surprised if they either try and go for Tapper here, or they'll try and dance around this continuous obstruction along the pier.
Just a minute ago, you could hear how relaxed these teams are on board. They were laughing at something. At this level of competition, that's impressive.
Full speed, full speed.
Ready for hard away?
Looks like Tapper's opened the door a little bit to Poole here. Don't know if that's deliberate or maybe an accident, but Poole's definitely commanding this side. We've got 1 minute 20, so lots of time to kill, even more than the last match.
I've got over.
Well, this is incredibly close. I mean, no overlap right now, but incredibly tight.
Tapper will tack away. Coming up on the 1 minute mark here. Poole gives chase.
We're still above pin lane.
And again, we think the right-hand side they'll be fighting for, Marilyn?
Boom over.
I do see some pressure coming down the top left, but we have seen the wind shifting more and more to the right as the day's gone on. It's, you know, I guess I'd probably still pick the right, but there's something interesting happening over on the left.
happy. Good position.
Paul,
Did she actually
Tapper
pick
did
a
a really
side?
nice move.
She sounded like Scotty Dixon out there. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
A
Who
miserable
knows?
tactician, guys. Sorry.
25 seconds to go. Poole pushing now. Tapper leading.
Turning up.
And that puts Poole to the inside of Tapper, just like we saw in the first match. Poole not in a great position there as Tapper looks to close the door, head to win. Now, Poole can go in there, but his bow's going to be squeezed over the line and possibly a penalty. Don't hit the signal boat. Chris Poole not happy with that.
I mean, we've seen this before.
Collision.
This is the exact same thing has happened during the round robin, but it was reversed. So Chris was on the outside. This time,
Blue
Tapper's
flag
left.
penalty. It's Tapper. Okay, Tapper gets the penalty there. We'll talk about that in a minute with Kirk Brown. Actually, 2 penalties. Tapper's going to have to spin, but Chris Poole is over early. This is unbelievable. So Poole's going to have to go back and restart. Tapper's going to have to spin one of possibly 2 or more penalty turns to get behind Chris Poole.
Come on, guys.
What a way to start the semifinals.
2, 1, squeeze.
Good start.
Now Poole just goes for a nice acceleration around the signal boat, and Tapper gets another penalty because he is not behind Chris Poole.
Tapper gained a controlling position there and got a red flag penalty, which means he had to do an immediate turn. He still owes a penalty turn.
Gotta be one more. Come on. Twist, you steer the boat.
Yep, he's still ahead, as you say, Kirk. And there's another penalty. I'm getting dizzy just watching Tapper spin. And what was the
So
penalty
the umpires
for?
are going to put Tapper behind.
Right, but what did Cole Tapper get the penalty for initially to get in this position?
I'm guessing Tapper crossed head to win and was attacking boat.
2, 1, squeeze.
Okay, so had he not done that, it might have been Chris Poole who would have been in. I thought Chris was in a very uncomfortable position there, but thank you, Kirk Brown, for explaining why Tapper is now spinning one of 3 penalty turns at the beginning of this semifinals to finally get going upwind. Chris Poole well ahead now.
2, 1, squeeze.
Well, if there was no action earlier, we had all of it here in the last 2 minutes with Cole Tapper. Jeez.
You just, and you heard Kirk say it, if he hadn't crossed head to win, if he wasn't attacking boat, this would be a completely different race. It might have been Poole with a penalty. Certainly Poole was over the line early, even without a penalty. Tapper did actually a really good job putting Poole in a difficult position. Real quick update for the match that is ahead. That's Monin leading into the leeward gates as they head downwind. Monin leading Dave Hood. First to win 3. This is the all-important first point. And Dave Hood certainly close enough to attack as
We just got to set
Tapper
up a
heads
little
upwind in the background looking for a way to get back into the match with Chris Poole.
Stand by.
Man, woo-hoo. Talk about sparks flying in the first 5 seconds of the match.
And did that help Chris Poole at the bottom mark there? Or, excuse me, help Dave Hood at the bottom mark there with
Let's not
the
get caught in that corner,
outcoming
though.
boats there? What do you guys think? All that traffic at the mark?
I'm not sure that had a massive impact on that race, especially with the increase in pressure that we've seen. But I did notice, although we're back on board with Chris Poole now, Eric Monin had picked the right-hand gate again. So there may be something to that right-hand side.
Well, that's where Chris Poole is right now, to the right of Tapper. So there's the first match in the lower left of your screen and the second match in the top right. Chris Poole picked Cole Tapper to sail in this match, and I wonder
He's over.
about 2 minutes ago whether he might have just
It's
been
going to
questioning
be
that
an undertack, yeah.
at the start, but he obviously ended up on the right end of it. Tapper not out of this. He spun
Just waiting till we're a little more bowy.
3 penalty turns.
Okay, stand
That
by.
might be a record in this Congressional Cup.
2,
I know we've seen 2.
1. Tacking.
As Tapper tacks to leeward to save his position and clear air.
2,
With both teams off to the
big
right on
squeeze.
starboard. Tapper to leeward, just behind, and to windward is 2-time Congressional Cup champion Chris Poole. Chris Poole held his cool in that delicate position, and I'm surprised there was no paint rubbed off of either of the boats.
Probably an early drive out of this top mark. Yeah. Happy.
I love that kind of stuff. You know, I don't like easy matches. Whatever's bad for sailing is great for television. That was some
I'll tell you though,
aggressive sailing right there.
I know the team who applied all those decals right before racing started last week. They're pretty pleased with the outcome of that match.
Yeah, well, you know, there's also a reason that to compete in the Congressional Cup, you have to have quite a healthy damage deposit. And that's just a way of saying, you know, go easy on our Catalina 37 fleet here, guys. But
and if you don't, you will pay.
Well, if I was managing this fleet, I would not have even. I'd be closing my eyes in the last 5 seconds of that pre-start. But that's what you expect at the top level of the Congressional Cup. The action definitely heats up, and so do the penalties. Been saying it all week. And this is only match 1.
Big squeeze.
We've got a whole other day to go.
Nice, right on him here, guys. Keep the leans, those who can.
Whoever wins this Congressional Cup will certainly have earned
Yeah,
it.
it's definitely a match at least.
Chris Poole leading Cole Tapper into mark number 1. Joachim Aschenbrenner, the tactician, switches to the main. Downwind, beautiful set. As you'd expect.
2, 1, go hoist. Yeah, let go, George.
Distance between the two boats, but this is still striking distance for Tapper. So even though he's had to do 3 penalty turns, he's actually still in this match.
Not quite perfect set,
Yeah,
but
stand by, guys. We'll come soon.
still pretty good. Setting up for the next
Yeah,
jibe
not yet.
already. No rest for the weary.
Habib, not long, buddy.
I think I'd roll into one and beat Chris to it,
Jibing?
wouldn't you? Jibe first if you're Cole Tapper. Here he goes.
Jibing.
Sounds like he heard you.
Go.
I like what he's done there. That's going to ask the question of Chris Poole. Chris just keeping his air clear ahead from the trailing boat, who's bringing on a nice puff by the looks of it. So Tapper with a good head of speed.
Tapper's in a really nice position. Looks like he's just on Chris's air and not allowing Chris to sail that hot mode that he's used to sailing all the time. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, we've got quite a long way to go on the starboard jibe. So it'll be interesting to see what he tries to set up for the next move into the escape mark.
That is a good observation, Zach. Chris does like to sail higher downwind than most of the other teams. And
That's his air right
yep,
now.
there you can hear saying we're on his air right now. Perfect positioning for Cole Tapper. Cole's done really well to get to this point in the Congressional Cup.
Yeah, definitely sailing quite low. Looks like Cole's really affecting Chris. Chris is responding by going low, and Cole's just keeping on him the whole time. Pressure is definitely on for Chris Poole here.
Yep. Chris says, I've had enough of this. Actually, he's going to match Cole Tapper, bringing the heat to Chris Poole. Tapper has definitely caught up. Less than half a length separating the delta between the two teams. And even though he's behind, you just feel like the momentum is with Tapper at this point. He's dictating what's going on in this race as we approach the leeward gates.
Yeah, for sure. Both boats aren't actually on layout unless they soak very, very hard. So I wonder if Tapper's trying to maybe hold him out or maybe trying to pick a side at this gate already. Tell you what, as a skipper of Chris Poole, you'll be looking back non-stop. I mean, Cole is putting an enormous amount of pressure on Chris and his team to whether they can do as good a job as the other team.
This is a different Cole Tapper than we saw in his first Congressional Cup last year.
Hurry up, guys.
Oh, it looks like we've got a problem with the jib there. Jib's not going up for Tapper's team. There's going to be a late drop for them. Bit of a scramble, as the coach would say.
Watch the bow, watch the bow.
Oh, you can hear the tension on board with Chris Poole. Oh, no, the kite going over the bow for Tapper. Just what he didn't need. Don't run over it. Potential damage there. It's definitely going to slow the boat down. That looks ugly.
Oh, and a penalty flag comes up for blue as a result of that. It may have been the kite hitting Chris Poole's boat, which just tells you how close together those two boats were coming into that rounding.
What happened to Tapper and his crew? Things are falling apart. The wheels are coming off. They've dropped the kite, they've run over it, and given themselves a penalty. All an unforced error.
Yeah, I mean, I think it all stemmed from that jib. I don't know what happened, but I saw Hamish on the pit or the mast there trying to get that jib up, and it just got stuck. I mean, whatever it was, that really rushed the already late drop going to the bottom mark. And yeah, this is insane. I mean, good job from the bow, though, getting that kite back in. Nice recovery.
You know what I like at this level? You hear this, but nobody's screaming and yelling. They're basically just dealing with it. Now let's give you a quick update. That is Eric Monin getting his first point in the semifinals of this Congressional Cup over Dave Hood. And they're going to head in to the press conference this afternoon. We invite all of you guys to join us. Meanwhile, these two are still having a battle upwind with now a penalty for Tapper behind.
They're going to go one more. Yeah, we're here for it. Big lanes, who can? Still on his hammer. Yeah.
I mean, despite the, don't want to say it, but there's a technical term in saying that we have for that kind of bottom mark grounding. He's actually done really well to try and close the gauge on the other boat. I mean, despite that spinnaker over the bow, which is definitely slower, they've done an excellent job, and now the gauge is decreasing all the time. Seems like Tapper's really reeling him back in.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, his boat speed and positioning relative to Poole has been really exceptional in this race to stay in it in spite of quite a bit of maybe unforced errors, I guess we'll say.
Headers are good for us.
Looking from the back here, looks like Tapper's staying a little bit flatter than Chris Poole, but a little bit lower. So I wonder if he's getting a little bit more weight out or maybe a little bit eased in the sails. I mean, we can see it here from the commentary box. We have a perfect view between the two boats. It'll be interesting to see
We're now
what comes of this.
overlay, I think. So we're just rolling with.
How hard is it to live in that position?
Mode's good to us here.
Particularly after such a rough leeward mark rounding. And to get right back in this match. And he's singing. He's singing.
Stand by.
I've seen it all.
2, 1, tacking.
That is a relaxed crew.
2, 1, squeeze.
I just want to put this in perspective.
Big lanes, guys.
You're in the semifinals of the Congressional Cup. Last year you finished 8th. You got 3 spins around at the start and then penalty at the leeward mark, and you're singing on your way upwind, and you're within striking distance of Chris Poole.
Knowing you've got a 4th spin coming.
I'm just going to stay down for a sec. Pretty happy.
Let's ask him in the press conference what song that is. That's hysterical.
Maybe it's just hysterical, but I tell you what, I'm staying with the Tapper team all this week, and they love a good sing-along. So, I mean,
is it an Aussie thing?
To be honest, I think it's a Tapper thing.
Because in the piece that you edited about the housing, they talked about the team singing in the morning at the breakfast table.
Yeah, they did. It was the Tapper team.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Maybe they should give us a little bit of a show
new
at the
part of
press
the
conference a little bit later.
You know, Zach, you and I are real buds. Now, I'll take that. But where was my invite, bro? I could have sang. I'm good at singing. It would have been fun.
Can you give us a little bit of a demo?
Nope.
Let's see.
15 seconds.
See if we can listen in.
Bit longer.
See if he picks up that tune as Poole heads around the windward mark for the last
10.
time. And less than 10 seconds behind is Cole Tapper
2, 1, go hoist.
and the karaoke crew.
As a penalty. Stop it.
Okay, stand by, guys.
Both boats good set, but it looks like the halyard on Tapper's team didn't quite make it to the top, despite them actually being able to fill it with, what, 3 meters less halyard?
Well, and also it's wet.
Yeah, happy with
That
3.
spinnaker's wet.
It'll still be a backdoor if he goes.
Copy, coming down.
Good positioning for Tapper, set up for the next jibe, lower than Chris Poole's line.
So a reminder that Tapper has an outstanding penalty. So not only does he have to get within striking distance of Poole, but he's also going to have to either offset it or clear it himself.
Come on, start singing.
Not a lot of runway on the other jibe. Yeah, pretty happy.
Still more pressure above here.
Just want to be touching his main here.
Chris Chris Poole knows that Tapper has that penalty. So even though Tapper's doing a good job and definitely within range to get on his breeze
Just
after
hold
the
it.
jibe, you can breathe a little sigh of relief.
Poole also sailing over pretty far onto the right side of the course, looking for a pretty quick reach back to the finish after these jibes happen.
Yeah, Paul's definitely want to protect that side. So the further he can go means that he's less in a compromising position over Tapper. So I think as Paul, I'll be happy for Tapper to maybe lead the jibe and just happy to follow him behind, just to keep it nice and safe. Because remember, one outstanding penalty for the boat behind.
I'd lead the jibe if I were Tapper. Here he goes. And look for both teams to come out hot to keep their air clear. Poole in a defensive mode. Tapper on the aggressive. Tapper on top of Poole's breeze. Even if he pulls ahead, it's going to be a tall order to get rid of that penalty. His 4th penalty.
There's the air.
Yeah, may as well.
All good. Stay low, stay low. Okay, all good.
What a match. Tapper rolling over the top of Chris Poole. He has definitely sailed an incredible race. He hasn't earned an incredible race. That's going to go to Chris Poole. First blood here in the semifinals to the reigning Congressional Cup champion. But what a match it was as they finish overlapped.
Cluster. Something. Not right now. We'll just do it when we get in it.
Did you hear how Tapper described that? Cluster something. That was he's laughing at it. Wow, what a race. That's one of the best matches I've seen in a long, long time here in Long Beach. Now, are you out of here, Zach? This is where we have to say goodbye to the Australian in our commentary booth. It's been great working with you. I know you got to get to the airport. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. It's an absolute pleasure commentating with you guys, and I hope to be back for next year.
We're hoping to see you on the water.
And now let's go on to the water with the winner of an incredible match, Chris Poole.
Yeah, it was a good race. The breeze was up. Racing Cole Tapper. Yeah, racing Cole Tapper, and we had a intense pre-start there. He tacked onto port and tried to shut us at the boat like we had in the round robin and reverse rolls. The umpires felt he had gone onto port, and we were therefore he got a penalty, and it was a red. And then in trying to clear his penalty, he did the second one and still was ahead of us, so he had to do a third, and that put us in front. But yeah, he caught up quite a bit, and then it was at the bottom mark, he put his kite on the back of us, so that's another penalty to him. But Cole kept it close all the way around the course, so looking forward to race 2.
Well, there we have it from Chris Poole. 1 up now in a first-to-win 3-match semifinals. And, of course, Eric Monin has taken first blood as well. And I've just received word that we're going to actually have one more semifinal match this afternoon because the breeze is up here in Long Beach, California, so why not? And before we do, we'll just say a quick goodbye to Zach West. It's been really great having your match racing insight from the Vickers Cup. You sailed on these boats, and now your first Congressional Cup was here in the commentary booth, much to our benefit and everybody watching around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. And a big shout out to the host family and all the volunteers for making this happen. I mean, without all the support from the club, this event definitely wouldn't happen. And it's been fantastic to be here for the second time. I would love to come back next year.
Well,
hope to see you guys.
We'd be lucky to have you, Zach. Good luck on the flight.
Zach, you've been
Thanks
great.
for joining
Thank
us.
you very much.
Thank you so much.
See you, bud. All right, well, so we say goodbye to Zach. And hello to one more match this afternoon. Randy Smith on that race committee boat right there has decided the conditions are really good. So we're just going to take a short break here. When we come back, race number 2.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors will soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors will soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Day number 4 continues. Right now we are into race number 2 of the semifinals. First to win 5 points. Can't hear anything. You sure we're live?
10 seconds.
Cliff, hello. Should I start over? Yes, Cliff. Should I start over or not? Okay, folks, welcome back to live coverage of the Congressional Cup. We've already completed one flight in the semifinals, and now we move to the second one. It'll be Monin and Hood up first, and then Tapper and Poole. Right now, Monin is 1 point up over Hood, and Poole 1 point up over Tapper. I can't hear any sound, by the way, on the computer or in our ears. So if you want me to reset that, I can, but we don't hear any sound. Okay, stand by. Could use another rum. They removed all the peer speakers. Are we live online? Great shot there of Randy Smith and the PRO as we come up on the 4-minute entry period. Here we go. Dave Hood entering from the right-hand side, Eric Monin from the left. Breeze is in the right phase as it dies here this afternoon in Long Beach. We're going to go to the green windward mark, and once again, Monin is 1 point up over Hood in a first to win 3 points, best of 5 semifinals. In the 60th anniversary edition of the Congressional Cup, Hood on starboard, Monin looking to get across below, and he does, so no dial-up.
Might be a little bit of an indication of a right-hand shift taking place here when
your angle, Dave. There's your angle.
the boat is able to cross behind like that, or cross ahead like that.
On the wind, guys.
On le fait, hein?
So no dial-up leaves Hood in the trailing position. A little over 2 lengths behind Monin. A little over 3 minutes to go. It's going to be Monin's move next. You know, I've said it all week. I've just had a feeling about Monin.
Yeah, you know, he's finished as high as third. He's been in so many Congressional Cups. It's only a matter of time. He's going to pull it together, and he's had luck with the light wind today.
Yep.
I think there's a reason Chris Poole didn't pick him.
Yeah, I think that as well. Absolutely. And I think that this is probably a must-win for Dave Hood.
Yep.
You don't want to go to bed tonight down 2-0, knowing it's one loss away from missing the finals.
Having said that, Dave Hood has done so well to get to this point in the Congressional Cup.
On reste comme ça. Encore bien, encore.
He hasn't tacked, guys. He has not completed.
Monin
He never
luffing up.
completed. Tacking here, Dave.
He's attacking
Tacking
boat
here.
right
He
now,
never
and you can
completed.
hear
Tack, Dave. Hit him.
Hood.
Hit him.
Oh, you can hear the tactician
He
saying,
never
hit him.
completed. Coming down, come down, come
So
down.
if there's a collision,
All the way
Chris
down.
Steele is quite confident, the tactician, that Hood would not get the penalty and Monin would. Either way, no collision.
Penalty to Monin.
But still a penalty. Chris Steele was right. Monin gets a penalty. Now it's game on for Hood.
Coming hard up at him, okay?
That's going to be a nice way to start this race. Less than 2 minutes to go.
Slow it down. Slow the turn down. 2, 1, hold angle straight there. Go straight. Straight. Down 2.
Et ça jaille maintenant.
Big up. Down. Up 1. Come on, Dave. Hold your angle, please.
Lewis attacking boat
Don't look at him.
and received the penalty.
Et hop. Ouais, tu vois ça, ouais. On n'a pas fait des
And really, that was a great call by Chris Steele there. You know, coaching Dave Hood through every step as they got tight between the spectator boats, the committee boat, all the boats down at the bottom there in that corner.
And Monin didn't have to put himself in that position. He'd already had Dave Hood pinched above him with nowhere to go.
Coming up 1 here.
And now as we approach the starting line with Monin leading, he's got a penalty down.
And still a minute to go until the start, so quite a bit of time for both teams to kill right now.
It's a fresh right-hand breeze at the top of the track there.
Down 2 here, Dave.
Hood's in a good position. He's got Monin early
Start slowing the boat. Hard up.
on the line here. Monin has a penalty, of course. At any point, Hood can shift over and take the right.
Big movements, big movements. Okay, smoothly out. Come up slowly now.
And I think advantage Hood in that he's done more nighttime sailing here in Long Beach than any of these sailors have. He learned on these boats. The wind shifts at this time of day. He's familiar with what he's looking at here.
Turn up, Dave.
Allez, on peut virer, nous. On peut
Turn hard
virer,
up, Dave. Hard up. Inside. Slow the turn down. Slow the turn down.
Hood taking an inside position there. I think Hood may have just come up a little bit late for my eye. 15 seconds to go. And with that, I think Hood's going to put himself on the back foot as he tacks below ley line for the signal boat now with 10 seconds to the start. Tough position for Hood there. He just pushed Monin too far down, and now 2 down speed tacks as Monin will cross.
1 angle there. Hold angle there.
That just basically gives the start to Monin as they head upwind. Even though Monin's got that penalty now, he's ahead of Dave Hood. And he's to the right.
Yeah, and it's really tricky conditions right now. I do think the velocity in the breeze is down just a little bit right now. And so I wonder if part of that is just transitioning from one mode to the other on the boat.
I'm not sure what Hood was going for in the last 10 seconds there. A little bit of a brain fuzz. You know, it's been a long day. Sometimes you can see errors just due to fatigue. Big right-hand shift. As Monin now leads upwind. Again, he's got that penalty to undertake.
Angle's good though.
Tell you one thing. This semifinals has kept us guessing every second of every match, that's for sure.
Stand by to tack.
Some of the craziest starts we've seen all week.
1, here we go, tacking.
Yeah, the racing has definitely remained really close, as it was coming into the semis. And Tucker, the right-hand shift you were just talking about is really, really far right. Our weather mark is over towards one of the oil islands off to the right-hand side of the course for most of this regatta so far.
This has been a crazy weather day as well. You know, the cloud cover has never cleared out. We didn't get a traditional sea breeze. The breeze built for a while, and now it's light again. This has got the makings of a crazy last race this afternoon.
3.
Ça revire pour lui.
So we're going to stay on board with this match and just letting you know that Poole and Tapper are also in their pre-start. We'll keep you updated on how that match goes. With Poole 1 up over Tapper, an incredibly fought win. Meanwhile, here we are on board with Eric Monin in the lead with the penalty down.
C'est pas facile. Ah, j'ai... Ok. On y va alors? J'ai le temps, on a le temps, allez, on a le temps. Allez, on rentre dedans. Je pense que ça va, à la fin, ça va quand même alimenter par l'autre côté de l'île. Ça va pas alimenter par la droite, peut-être. Mais c'est pas évident.
Real good pressure
Ok,
here.
on y va
He
ici
comes
alors.
back. Tacking in 3, 2, 1. Tacking now. Yeah, good comms actually. Yep. Big roll here. 3, 2, 1. Angle there.
Ouais, c'est pas...
Monin just kind of tic-tacking his way up this beat, connecting the dots with the pressure on the course. That's the one guy in this entire fleet I would not want to sail in light air against, as I've been saying all week, the Lake Master. As Monin picks his way upwind and gains a bit more on Dave Hood, look for him to just make it hurt here. Tack him up into the oil island.
Yeah, this is Lake Long Beach right now, as far as I can tell from what Monin's delivering.
That's good, Lake Long Beach. I like that.
That's her call of the day, I think. Absolutely.
Il essaye de perforer dessous, je crois. Je suis pas sûr.
You've been saying it all weekend that Monin is a specialist in light air, and it's really the wind has completely died here. But how's he going to shake the penalty? Is he going to just stay on hood? Is he going to force every tack here?
Oh, I can't wait to watch that. That's going to be fun.
Real nice.
If I were Monin in this scenario, it's still really early in what's going to be potentially a somewhat lengthy race. So right now I'd be really focused on just trying to get as many boat lengths between me and my competitor as I possibly can to see if I can create enough space to just spin on my own.
Well, now Ryan brings up a good point, too, because the breeze looks to me like it's just continuing to trickle down and down, meaning it's going to get lighter throughout this match and harder to spin a penalty turn. He'd do well to do it early rather than later.
Yeah, I think probably his next opportunity will be to potentially do a jibe on the next weather leg. I think he just doesn't quite have the separation on hood right now, so he'll be looking to extend on this next leeward leg, and if he thinks he's more than about 4 or 5 boat lengths ahead, go for a jibe on the next weather leg. That's his easiest option.
I don't know if I'd wait to the next weather leg. It could be a drifter.
Deux. Un. Et hop.
He went a little bit far there, giving Dave Hood some breathing room as Hood puts the bow down and stays on starboard below him. And that's a smart call for Hood. Hood doesn't want to get boxed into that far right corner where there's less wind under the oil island there. So dragging the game back in the middle of the track where there also seems to be a bit more pressure was a good call for the local team.
Yeah, as the trailing boat, what Hood's really looking to do here is try to keep the game in the middle of the race course, avoid getting to a ley line where he's just going to run out of options entirely.
There's the view of Tapper in the background from Hood. Quick update in match number 2. Poole and Tapper got even off the line. Poole was over the line by a couple seconds and just dipped back below it. Didn't seem to hurt him.
Long port downwind. Yeah.
There in the background is Monin tacking for the windward mark. Gaining all the time. Valuable distance, which he's going to need to shed that penalty.
And 3.
Over Dave Hood.
2, 1. Here we go, tacking.
Okay. Et on descend forcément très bas. 2. On abat dans 2. 1. Et maintenant. Ouais. Okay.
You know, Monin's really opened a gap here if you look back
big time
across the race course. I wonder, is it better to do a penalty turn early in the situation? Get it over with and race him to the finish?
Well, one of the requirements of a penalty turn in a downwind leg is that the head of the spinnaker be below the gooseneck of the boom, or where the boom meets the mast. So you have to give up quite a bit to do a tack with the spinnaker all the way down on a downwind leg. So it's possible we'd see something like that happen near the gate marks, but a jibe going upwind is certainly a little bit more straightforward maneuver for the crew.
Meaning we're not going to see a penalty shed on this leg for sure. And Monin continues to gain distance, so that's going to help him out on the next upwind leg as the breeze continues to drop here in Long Beach. Monin over Hood and Poole on top of Tapper.
Score? Non, pas du tout. Pas du tout, ouais. Je suis bas là? Ok, ouais. Ouais.
Tell us about this massive right-hand shift. The course has been changed.
Yeah, so you can almost see just in that last shot, there was a yellow mark right off the oil island. And the match between Poole and Tapper is actually going to that mark. You can see it well to the right of where Monin and Hood are racing. So we know that there's a big righty on the course. We're seeing some of readjustments that have happened down here at the bottom part of the course. This has got to be a factor for both teams as they're thinking about just which gate do I want to take, what am I going to do on my next leg.
It looks like the change of course boat is down at the bottom of the track too, likely to change the next mark for this first match as well. This has been one of the flukiest wind days I've seen in Long Beach. We started with the breeze in the south, and now it's all the way up in the north. We've had light air, almost no air. Then we had good breeze, and now we're back to light air. What a weird day.
Definitely a weird one, and one that I'm sure is creating a lot of opportunity for conversations between tacticians and skippers as they just try to find the best way through this really difficult condition.
Momentum here, boys.
Yeah, we are rumbling.
No lower.
You heard
Yeah, copy that, Steve.
Chris Steele, Hood's tactician, saying we are rumbling. They like the breeze they're in right now.
Come down 2.
As they get a little further out to this right-hand side, though, I wonder if it doesn't start to dive. I mean, they're about to enter the spectator fleet pretty much.
Oh, you got to turn pretty soon because there's definitely a hole under the oil island. And they've sailed a puff downwind. They might as well jibe and sail back through it if they can. Time to turn, right?
It's like Monin might agree with you.
Et c'est pour maintenant, hein?
And there's the change of course signals as you called, Maryland, down at the bottom of the track. Big right-hand shift.
1, angle, Dave.
The whole course has shifted real time halfway through this match. Monin in the lead with just enough distance possibly to spin that penalty turn, but you heard Chris Steele say big gains here, so Hood is coming on strong from behind. That's going to make things interesting.
Keep coming up. Up 2, please, Dave. Yep.
Each stage of this regatta, you feel the pressure get higher and higher.
Copy.
Higher.
And just looking at this shot we have right now off Dave Hood's boat, looking up towards Eric Monin,
Yeah, I agree.
I just don't know if Monin has quite enough room to complete a spin for his penalty
I'd agree.
and stay ahead.
He did for a while. Now all of a sudden the game's changed with Hood bringing some breeze from behind to the leader as Monin has a choice at the bottom gate to go left or right. Maryland, which way would you go?
Down 2 here.
I think that
Down 2
the
more.
right-hand gate, course right-hand
angle there.
gate, meaning a left turn for Monin,
Probably
looks
broke-
maybe
probably
just a
gonna be
little
left
bit
turn,
upwind
okay?
to me.
I'm not so sure. I see breeze offshore to the far left.
Yeah, I hear you.
I think I might go there long term if it were me, but what do I know? I just talk. And clearly Monin disagrees. You know, Maryland's never been wrong, our weather person.
Except for this morning, I think.
So Monin is going to take a left-hand turn and go to the right upwind, protecting starboard if nothing else. And remember, he's still got that penalty to undertake. Nice rounding for the Swiss team. That's going to leave Hood to decide, does he split from his opponent? That'll be an extra maneuver, an extra jibe. Or follow in Monin's dirty air.
Looks like he's following, Tucker.
At this point it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
And I think that one of the reasons he's likely following is to try to prevent that penalty kill from Monin.
You're
If he
okay, yeah?
has Hood right behind him, waiting for that
No, no,
jibe,
just hold straight.
it's just one more thing making it more difficult for Monin
Here
to
we go,
do this on
coming
the
up
weather
now,
leg.
2 for 2,
Get
Maryland
closer,
is, isn't
please.
she?
Come on, get us right in there, Dave.
Tell you what,
Turn.
I'm impressed.
Turn. Dude.
Very slow rounding for Dave Hood. I think what he gained on that run, he might have
2,
just lost in the rounding
1.
here.
Angle there, Dave.
That is a
Angle there. Angle there.
tough speed build.
How many boat lengths do you think that is between the two boats right now?
6, maybe a touch more.
Yeah.
But look at Monin's speed. Maybe it's up to 7 almost.
It's maybe just enough room to pull off that jibe on this leg, but it'd be awfully close. He's thinking about it. He has to be thinking about it.
Well,
Monin's really getting into some pretty good pressure here too, though, isn't he, Tucker?
most pressure we've had in a while.
Okay. Ouais.
He could bear away jibe, come back to course, and still be on starboard if nothing else. Big puff for Monin to the right. So that breeze we saw from the left has filtered all the way down the track here and hit the boats. Monin is just flying. I heard Chris Main on Hood's boat say they're fast, quite obviously. Monin's in a different hemisphere at this point. But he is running into the first match, or second match rather, with Chris Poole and Cole Tapper. Move. A little bit of traffic here with the spectator fleet and the spare boats.
Stand by to tack here.
Hood has to duck.
Real slow. 3, 2,
and then tack between a power boat and the spare Catalina 37s here, some holes.
But both teams really digging in on that right-hand side as that pressure you mentioned came down the course.
Monin's done 2 tacks.
He does a spin here.
And here comes the penalty turn
On the wind here,
as he jives on top of Hood. Now returns to an upwind course on top of Hood. And Hood's got a head of steam there, looking to get his air clear to leeward of Monin. So now the game is even and a lot closer. No penalty for Monin. Lots of speed for Hood. I am not sure that would have been the place to do your penalty turn. Hood is right back in this match, and Monin knows it.
What I really like for Monin, though, is that he's kept the game quite close with Hood. They're both headed back out to the left on starboard tack. And right now, if Monin can hold on to this position, he's going to control that one play line.
Okay, he's faster now. Yep, down 1, down 2. Matching now. Matching now. We're faster now.
You know, I think I like the early turn for Monin because now he can just sail against Dave Hood. He doesn't have to keep a gap. There's no last-minute effort from Hood to just put the pressure on there. I really think that was a good move, and he took advantage of a pick boat down at the bottom between the two 37s that are sitting there moored. So honestly, I think that was, from what we've seen the last couple of days, the best play, especially in light wind.
Looking at this shot here, it is bow to bow between the two teams now, and Dave Hood finally sees an opening to get back in this match, and he knows it. Monin still living there to windward and still in control.
They're going to that yellow mark in the background. Am I right, Tucker?
Yep.
They are.
Continuing to get wound up as they go that way as well.
Don't worry about it.
That'll help
We're just going to
Monin.
follow him around. It's going to be a straight set.
Breeze picking back up again at the top of the track.
On the wind here, up 5.
It's like 2 different breezes, right? It's light and farther to the left down here at the bottom of the track, and it's breezy and big right-hander at the top of the track.
Come up on the wind, please.
Yeah, we often see a little bit of a curve to the wind here in Long Beach, but this feels extreme.
1, tacking now, please.
Simultaneous tacks at the top mark as Monin leads Hood into the spinnaker set for the last time. Monin has gotten rid of that annoying penalty, and he's still in the lead, but only just. The advantage shifting to Hood downwind, who's less than 2 lengths behind as both teams roll into the spinnaker set.
Come on, man. 2, 1.
Even more righty in that you can see just from the way the spinnaker hoist has gone. They're still on quite a tight angle, even though they're headed more or less straight for the finish line.
Up 2. Come up, please, Dave. Keep coming up. Hold angle there. Just got to try and roll them this way, though, any hope.
So you can hear Chris Steele, the tactician, saying we got to try and roll him this way because he knows it's pretty much a one jibe run. You're not going to be able to mix it up by throwing jibes in on this. It's a speed race, so they're going to go high, try to get up on his breeze. That's going to be the long way around as both teams head downwind to the finish.
Yeah, exactly right. As we get such a big shift, it really limits the passing lanes in terms of opportunities
down
to
2,
maybe
hold
catch
angle
him on
there.
the wrong foot with a jibe.
Angle's good there.
Roll him from after a simultaneous jibe, something like that.
Monin kind of splits the difference with his angle. Just keeping his air clear forward. Lots of breeze. They're just going to roll this right-hand shift right down to the finish. And the other match upwind's pretty much almost one starboard tack, almost all the way to the top mark. Craziest breeze. It's 108 degrees from where we started this morning.
Énormément devant. Il n'y a aucun danger.
Weird. Weird. That's pretty much the word to describe today.
Yeah, I think that this often happens at regattas, but the weather's never like this here, Tucker.
Hold back. They're coming down 3, 2.
And they said it was sunny in Long Beach, too.
1, good there.
Eric Monin started this match with a penalty. Worked hard to get out in front of Dave Hood. Shed the penalty and certainly kept us on our toes. But after that rounding, it has been a one-way track headed to the finish line for the Swiss team. Here in the semifinals and a first to win 3 points, it is Eric Monin who will take the first 2. What a phenomenal race. Let him hear you, folks. Well done, Eric Monin.
Yes. Great. Superbe journée. Yes. C'est une journée comme ça qu'il fallait faire. Bravo.
He's pretty happy about that, as you can see.
Really well fought, and just such a good example of how even if something bad happens, you kind of have to forget about it, move on with your race, and just try to put distance between you and your competitor.
Le problème, c'est que ça fait un moment que je lançais le truc, et puis je me dis,
Okay, well, I don't speak French. I have no idea what they're saying, but we do have one more match in play, and that is Chris Poole and Cole Tapper. That was also a strange match. The first one, Chris Poole ended up victorious. Now on this one jibe final run, there's the American flag behind Chris Poole's boat as he leads possibly the biggest delta we've seen the entire week in any race over Tapper as he heads for home. Meanwhile, let's go back on board the winner of that first match, Eric Monin.
Shift during the race. Yeah, crazy race with a big shift along the race. Yeah, the marks were set differently, and we were in a very nice position. But yeah, we had a penalty on, so it was a constant discussion about when to take the penalty, because there were holes and puffs, and it was really difficult to find the right spot to do it. I don't think we did it ideally, I have to say, but luckily we just had the nose far enough in front to stay in front, and yeah, very lucky to have the score of 2-0 because Dave is doing a great job, and he's challenging us a lot, and we have to watch out tomorrow. We have to be ready and do our best.
All right, well, there you hear it from the winner, Eric Monin, 2 up in his match. And looking at the finish line there, Chris Poole now takes his second point over Cole Tapper. First to win 3 points, meaning it is all on tomorrow. Do or die for Hood or Tapper as Monin and Poole look to advance here in the Congressional Cup. Anybody's guess is what's going to happen, because today was definitely a strange, nonetheless entertaining day, and we thank all you guys for spending so long with us here on the Belmont Pier and, of course, around the world watching live on Facebook and YouTube. And I tell you, this is only day 4. There's an entire day tomorrow. We've got to finish the semifinals, then we've got the fleet race to go, then the petite finals, then the finals of the Congressional Cup. I think it'll be midnight before we get all that sailing in. And then we'll determine who's going to win the 60th anniversary edition of this fantastic regatta. What a day.
I can't wait.
I will tell you, I'm excited to potentially see a run from Eric Monin tomorrow. He's been strong all weekend. I don't know what the weather's going to bring, but high wind, light wind, he's looked really good. Could this be his year, or is Chris going to three-peat, Tucker?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Thanks, guys, for joining us. So long from Long Beach, California, and we'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the Congressional Cup right here at the Belmont Pier.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy. Selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors will soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Big jibe. Fishtail, look how close Pool's getting. Dixon's in trouble.
This year we celebrate 60 years of world-class match racing at the iconic Congressional Cup, hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club.
Yeah, buddy, 2 in a row, baby. Best team in the world.
It was such a huge honor to have my name on that trophy alongside some of the absolute legends of the sport.
Obviously the winner of the Congressional Cup wins the Crimson Blazer.
Putting this jacket on last year was something I've dreamed about since I got into match racing.